Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I see I have a couple of yeses. That means you can see me and you can see the screen. All right, first things first. Yeah, now wait for it. The trade of the week this week is GME. So when the email went out, unfortunately, there was one little slip. There was did not include the suggested entry. Okay, so the suggested entry is 182, live at 182, and that is GME, and the stop is the rising 10 SMA. Trade it as you see fit. So now VXRT, surprise. I don't know if it's a surprise exactly. We have here May the 18th for earnings, but they released this morning before the market opened. I actually checked another site. They didn't even have earnings at all, so I'm not going to dump too much on our earnings provider who provides the dates of these earnings. For whatever reason, they decided to release this morning, and so VXRT was sitting nicely around $12 and then just went all the way down to $9, and it's trying to come back a little bit here. OCGN, again, so, if you don't know, VXRT is a virus play. This is a virus play, of course, OCGN. And they have their news release this morning, potential positive data for the three variants of COVID. So that is the news for OCGN. Obviously, if you take a look last week or 2 weeks ago, the high was, 1365. So it's above that high. It's above the high of last week. So, this could go anywhere. The next high looking left is 1877. Not a low float, 183 million in the float. Look at the volume though already, 14 million. RHE, I don't think I saw any specific news on this one. RHE, up 24% though. This is going to, look at this, 1.5 million in the float, 1.5 million in the float. It has already traded 1.2 million shares. So obviously going to be incredibly active. The high last month was $10, 10.13. That looks like the high of last week. Yeah, it's about the high of last week. So the next high looking left on a monthly is around 1570. Vino, V-I-N-O. Hanging around 4. Okay, dropping just a little bit. I don't see any specific news on them. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for VINO. Decent volume, 173,000, up 13%. Has some room, maybe to the 550 mark. Had a lot of volume on Friday. Look at that volume on Friday, out of nowhere. Most of it, no, that's not right. Anyway, a lot of volume on Friday. I had Mogo. Mogo was up. I think it has come right back down. Yeah, it's come right back down. I had this on my list when it was up at around $10, but crypto play with their press releases. Now they're investing in Ethereum, ETH. So that, of course, Ethereum is the rage right now. David's T, DTEA. It's not often that a company releases after hours on a Friday, but that's what they did. DTEA released after hours on a Friday. Yeah, it's not a lot of volume, and it's not up that. It's up 17 cents. I think I think I read a headline, something like 94% increase on online sales over last year. But again, what does that really mean? I know what it means statistically, but is it really that relevant? It depends how many. I don't know how much online sales they were doing before. Obviously, with stores closed, they probably did a lot more. But so it's an increase. But what does it really mean on the bottom line? SONN, some kind of a licensing agreement, SONN. Problem with it right now, anyway, is that it's right near the 200-day moving average. There it is at 260, 256. 260 is a 200-day moving average, so it's getting very close. Another one that did a ton of volume on Friday. Ton of volume. You know, I mean, just look left and look at the other volume bars. I mean, that's just, you know, huge volume on Friday. Again, I don't see any. Okay, after completing a licensing agreement with New Life, so they did have some news. It's a low float, 16 million in the float. AIH. I think here's another one in which the company, I'm just trying to see if there's any news. Yeah, I don't know what a 20F is, I'll be honest. I have no idea what a 20F is. So the company released a 20F on Friday. Anyway, this is I don't know if that's the only reason why this is up, but that's a big pop, 32%, 22 million in the float. China company. AHT, oh, did I talk about this one? No, I don't think I talked about this one. So here's another one that is just above now the 200-day moving average. 287 is a 200-day, so it's at 310 right now. This seems to have earnings after hours tomorrow. I don't see any other reason. Just trying to check to see a headline. I don't see another reason why this is up today. It's had a good 3 days, actually. You know, 3 days ago, this was a $2 stock, so it's basically doubled. I'm sorry, it's gone up 50%. I noticed this ATXI. I don't see any reason why this is moving down. Probably has some support around 4, so it has a little bit of room to run down if it wants to. And again, not that many gap ups or gap downs. I mean, my list is just not even remotely close to being filled on either one of them, so not very many. Thank you, Matt. I knew I could find it. I just don't have the time, but thank you. All right, it is now 9:13, so let's just do a check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, well, we have a few upgrades, not that many downgrades, so I'll get some of them in. Trying to see if there's any theme. I don't really see a theme behind these upgrades or downgrades. By that I mean a bunch of oil or energy stocks, or don't really see a theme. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, guys, that's about it for the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Are you talking about in trade ideas? Sorry, hi, Ija. Is there a way to add 15-minute breakouts on TC? Is that another program you're referring to, which I'm not aware of, or did you mean TI? I'm talking to use. Don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. In our YouTube room. Aditya. Hi. So yeah. So you're asking a 15-minute breakout. Depends what you mean. I mean, we've got 15-minute break of 15-minute high, things like that, opening range breakouts, things like that, if that's what you're talking about, opening range 15-minute breakouts, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know, were you right about INSS? Okay. If you're talking about a 15-minute opening range breakout, yes, we do. So if you right-click configure, it's actually an alert. The question was, do we have a 15-minute opening range breakout? So if you, so the answer is yes. I mean, I'm going to type in opening. Oops. I'm not top list. Sorry, just a minute. So if you right-click, configure, and we do a search on opening. If I can type. So there we have it. We have a 1 minute opening, 1, 2, 5, 10, and 15, 30, 60, okay? Yeah, hey, no problem. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's anything else sneaking in here. I don't know if I mentioned Fold. I don't think I mentioned Amicus. Amicus is sneaking in here, 72,000 shares, so not huge, but it's up 7.4%. Concludes a pre-BLA meeting with the FDA and a successful pre-BLA meeting. So that is the news on Amicus Fold. So you can see if I can take this out here. I mean, it's a little bit above this area. The next level, maybe 11 if I can get there. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Yes, OCGN is having, and it's holding the gap. It's holding the gap. It's got some, look, on the surface, pretty impressive news. Whether it's going to amount to anything down the road, anybody's guess. But I mean, look, the news is impressive. Then you don't have to play it, William. You don't have to play it. It remains to be seen whether it'll take a 182 anyway, but hey. Full disclosure, I have this. I mean, I'm in around the 140 mark, so I mean, I have this. And this is just a, obviously total spec. It's not unpinning, Jeff. It's what you want to uncheck it. Symbol link. Okay, so sorry, symbol linking. So if you right click, I'm assuming you want the SPY chart to be up the whole time. So you right click on the chart and only two options. If you right click, go to properties and then go to symbol linking. You either have it checked or unchecked. It has nothing to do with pinning. Do not pin. Do not pin. So it's symbol linking, unchecked or checked. Only two options, okay? So these 6 charts are all pinned. That's why when I click on an alert or a symbol, they all change, whereas the SPY doesn't, okay? Yeah, William, yeah, I mean, Interactive Brokers allows trading starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. I can't speak for other brokers, but I mean, certainly IB allows trading at starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Well, I have no idea what to expect today. I mean, I'm just, again, the gap ups, hardly any gap ups, hardly any gap downs to start. I guess the focus should be on OCGN to see if it can hold this gap, which it looks like it is. It's holding the gap. And again, when I say the focus should be, I don't mean that if it holds it and it starts to move, you pile into it. Always have to wait to see how it's going to trade. First 15 minutes can be very, very upsetting for trading. Stocks can go up and down just like that. You know, we run the risk of something running away immediately. Well, that's the risk I take anyway. Remember, we dumped all over this one when it announced a financing at $10 during market hours. I guess it was this day right here. However, it has come right back. Yeah, I'm not seeing a particularly hot sector this morning. All the indices are up. I mean, the SPY is up, so all the indices are up. So we're going to have as we speak anyway, we're going to have a positive open. Let's see if this holds. Are you serious though that Thinkorswim only allows starting at 7 a.m.? I mean, we get so many people wanting our data to start at 4 a.m. Eastern time. I'm surprised that. Is that right? So it's only a handful. Handful. Certainly, IB is at 4 a.m. I am surprised. All right, guys, I'm going to minimize these two windows. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45 by design. You can follow those. If you click from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar. And my watch list. Okay, remember everything in here is a layout. These are all themed layouts. So because it is a layout, when you click on it, if you have a layout already up and running, your layout will be replaced. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Well, certainly within interactive brokers, yes, I can. I mean, if I wanted to, I'm not going to get up at 3:30 my time or 1 o'clock my time, but I can place a trade before 4 a.m. Pacific, which. No, next week. Starts on Monday next week. All right, gilt is starting to move too, guys. GILT is actually starting to move here. I did see it, but then I saw this bottoming tail. I thought, okay, I'm going to forget about it, but it has popped right back up. GILT, Israeli stock. Yeah, you can get a copy of my scanners, my layout. I'll just pop the link in. Well, actually, if you can just find my tab right there, Barry's homepage, okay? Find that tab. If you click on it, there is a link right there to my homepage. And when you click on the link, whoops. When you click on the link, one of the sections are all the scans that I'm sharing. Right here, view the list of links, okay? So if you click here, here's my layout. Right here, that's the layout that I'm sharing. And then individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay? I'll put this into a YouTube room also. Okay, so the official designation of the market opening is 9:30 Eastern time, okay? The market hours, the official designation for market hours are 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. But there is the pre-market and there's the post-market. Now, the pre-market used to be, very, very sketchy. But I mean, in the last, I don't know how many years, I mean, there's a ton of activity in the pre-market. So it's almost crazy, but it's still designated as the pre-market. Guys, we are now going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. I mean, there are still some major differences in the pre-market. There's no uptick rule, for instance. So if you wanted to short a stock, as long as it's available and it's down like 100%, you'll get a fill as long as it's available going in at the bid. Things like that. But once the market opens, no. Then the uptick rules, and I have no idea why that's the case. But anyway. All right, guys, we are now open. There we go. First trading day of May. Well, I'm in GME, so the full disclosure, I'm already in this one around the 140 mark. So okay, there's MLND. A little bit of a pop here for MLND right off the bat. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. And we have our first halt of the week, and the halt is PRPO, Principio. Wow, look at OCGN, guys. I'm noticing it right here. You know, look at the volume coming in. This is not a low float. The high in the pre-market was it around 1467? So PRPO just got halted. All right, so they just so they have a little press release. This is a COVID play, virus play, highlights a successful launch of the test. Okay, so launch of the rapid antibody test on Amazon's business platform. All right, look at OCGN, guys, making new highs now. They're almost taking out. I think it's almost taking out the pre-market highs. Let me just do a quick check. But then it just drops right back down. So there's the pre-market high. I think what I'll do is I'll just stick an alert there. Again, if it takes it out doesn't mean I pile into the trade. I just want to know if it does. BTX is, watch this one Friday afternoon. You know, look at this romp after hours Friday afternoon. How is DPW doing? This is the one that kind of was trading in tandem. I think because they own, and I don't know, I don't know if they still have a 9% stake in BTX, and they think they bought around $3 or something like that. That is what somebody in our room on Friday said. Usually a very reliable source. So we'll just see if DPW. It seems like this should be, just going a lot higher, though, if that is truly the case. Hola, heck. Again, guys, look how whippy things are. So OCGN got up to 1461, fell all the way down to 14, is popped back up. First 15 minutes. Yeah, RHE is on the move here. Didn't see any specific news. Look at the volume coming in. This is a crazy, crazy low floater. So it is now above the high of Friday. 1011 was the high on Friday. I don't see any news for it. It's RHE. Okay, PJ, I'm going to put a stamp on this one. The answer is yes if you have IB. I can't answer for any other brokerage platforms. It seems like it should be trading higher, Fred. I know. I think it was you that posted it, or somebody else also. I think in the main room, I think posted it. But so RHE is halted. BTX is halted on the way down. Halted on the way down. Just give me a moment here. All right, so we have our first option alert this week. Now, BBD, so look left, and I see 457 is the high looking left. It's not clean, guys. I just don't find it clean enough. When I say clean enough, I'm looking left. There's a high last week, just a little bit above it. And then even you go start looking left, you see another high not that far away. And now, I mean, if it can break all that and get up close to 5, that wouldn't be a bad percentage move. But I just don't think it's clean enough. And also, wow, look at that float, 6.9 billion in the float. So it'll take a bunch to move this. All right, so PRPO just resumed, and RHE just resumed. All right, so OCGN is now starting to drift down a little bit, but I think, you know, I mean, I can take out that pre-market high later on. It might run. I mean, it had, you know, I mean, if you look at the press release, obviously a nice press release this morning for it. All right, so the first 15 minutes, so right now, so the markets are up. Okay, Dow's up, SPY's up, NASA's up, so all three indices are up. However, you know, the first bar, SPY bar so far is red and starting to move down. Let's see if that holds. All right, guys, there's OCGN. OCGN on the move, right back up. All right, guys, there it is. The OCGN just took out the high now of the pre-market, or got up to it. OCGN, guys, just took out the high of the pre-market. And we have another halt of BTX, or I'm sorry, just resumed. I'm sorry. BTX just resumed. It goes OCGN, guys. Okay, look at the volume coming into AHT. Again, I don't see any news other than the fact that they're going to have earnings after hours tomorrow. That's all I can see. I don't see any other specific reason. OCGN, guys. I mean, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is way up here, 1870 or so. 1880, almost 19. And RHE just got halted again on the way up. Okay, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. This was, again, a super active last week, of course. Reddit crew, CLOV. All right, DPW, low float, kind of piggybacking on the BTX. There is the 200-day moving average. I mean, if it can somehow get through all this, look at that daily chart, 336 has a shot to the 4 level, I guess. There's an AHT. BBD on the move a little bit, guys. I just don't really trust it. Not with that float. I mean, if it takes this out, maybe, but this meaning 460. But I mean, it's got a big float. 7 billion in the float. Okay, AHT now. Okay, it's got a little bit of room. Okay, it's got some room. It's showing up on the option plays. 386 is up to this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Lots of volume. OCGN, guys, it's 15 challenge coming up. OCGN 15 challenge. A lot of volume coming into GGLY. Okay, guys, OCGN still testing that 15 mark. What did it get up to? Got up to 1507. All right, Tiger on the way down. So Tiger's low on Friday was 2011. Takes that out. If it takes 2011 out, the low of Friday, you know, it's got a lot. It's got a fair amount of room underneath. That's TIGR. Okay, look at RHE, trying to see where it may open. I don't see any bid ask yet. There we are, 1120, 1125. So nothing spectacular. Okay, now guys, obviously this showed up here, OCGN, but it is pretty extended right now in my watch list. Wow, look at the RHE. And it just got halted again. RHE just got halted. Again, I do not see any news on it. Okay, guys, VXRT is just getting thumped here. Now, somebody said they went to Koifin and they had went to FinViz. They don't even have earnings at all, like a date for earnings at all. But evidently, they released pre-market and it's just getting thumped. I'm surprised it's getting hit this much on earnings because, I mean, you know, this is a virus play. I wouldn't have thought that it would matter that much. You know, these are all speculative. Who cares about what they're making now? But anyway, you know, this is the reaction. No, I know. I know. I know it said the 14th, but in fairness to our provider, I checked FinViz and they don't even have it listed. No date whatsoever. So, yeah, there were shorts definitely at Interactive Brokers. Not that many right now, 28,000 right now. SSY, yeah, SSY on the move here. Sunlink Health Systems, oh, another low float, 4.3 million in the float. No real action in the pre-market. You know, market open though. Look at this SSY. Look at the room it's got. Wow, I mean, you know, the high way up here at 760. I'm not saying it's going to get there. And again, I don't see any specific news on it. Man, oh man. So the next high looking left on the daily chart is 398. And then after that, so 398 and 380. So this area right there, I mean, if it can keep moving and take out 4, I mean, this has a shot. Again, I don't see any news on it. I would say probably you, Rob. All right, we have a resumption now for RHE. Now look at SY, guys. SY, this is a gap up and reverse. Underneath 10 now, a big number for it to take out. SY. When I say a big number, I'm talking like like 10. You know, it's a bit of a psychological break. The next low looking left is around 9 for SY. OCGN, guys, over 15 now. Over 15, OCGN. Well, it was. This one, remember this one? This was such a one I wasn't able to get, the SLCA, the short. This was on Friday, released earnings, and just kept going down, 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 and it's continuing now. Let's see if it can take out 10. I mean, look at OCGN now. I mean, this, talk about whippy, and you know, it's kind of interesting because I mean it's got 183 million in the float, so but it is whippy. I mean this is trading like it's got, you know, 1 million in the float. Okay, watching SY, guys. Want to see how well it holds underneath underneath 10. Yeah, a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 2 million. So I want to see how well this holds underneath 10. Meanwhile, my goodness, look at Playboy. PLBY, what an IPO. So Playboy is again, well, it's over 50. What did it hit? $55 4 days ago. PLBY. Oh, look at that SSY. How ugly was that? I mean, you got to be so careful. Low float situations. You know, 4 million in the float. I mean, look, it got up to what, 360? Comes all the way back down to 3. Yeah, SBLK, these shippers have been on fire. SBLK now over $20. SBLK. Well, they've been on fire for the week. Look at last week though, just kind of rested. Really didn't do much after the climb. Hey, don't be sorry. Just you have to. Okay, first of all, left click on the chart so Trade Ideas knows what chart you want. Okay, so left click on the chart, Control key, press down on your keyboard, and then use the scroll wheel. Okay. It's a matter of just keeping the Control key pressed down on the keyboard, and then the scroll wheel. Okay. Okay, guys, SY starting to move down a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna stick an alert. I mean, this may happen later on in the day for OCGN. Now, see if it takes out that 15 again. There's a big bottoming tail. There goes DPW, guys. What is BTX doing? Okay, we get that spread has to catch up here. The ask has to catch up to the bid for SY. And it did. 962, 965 now. Briefly. Meanwhile, Silica, SLCA, breaking down through 10. Might be hard to get again. You know, this uptick rule, I know it's only down 6%, but because it was down 10%, greater than 10% on Friday, the uptick rule is still in effect. Oh man, VXRT. I mean, this could rebound later on, but right now, because of its earnings release, the next low looking left is 887. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. The theme continues. Shorting the pops. SSY, AHT. All right, guys. OCGN getting closer again to that 15 mark. Very, very choppy. Very choppy. Okay, guys, so this is one of those gap down and goes. Okay, ISNS, a gap down and go down further. So let's just see here. This is it shortable for me? It is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Okay, you know what value to the Pavlin? You've made your point. Okay, you have made your point on OCGN. I'm not pumping it, but okay, you've made your point. This one, wild last week. Also, UXIN, another China stock. Big float, $250 million in the float. And what was the high last month? The high was 339, so it's a little bit above that high. Looks like there's a lot of, well, actually, that's far enough away. So let's take a look at this high in the monthly chart. 425. So this has some room, guys. Or there's the high 380. There's a little bit of room to the 4 level. Oh, UXIN. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Give me one more little flash down for SY. So again, if you're wondering where I got the SY, right here, gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. There was the alert at 10:02. I did not get in right at 10:02. It's a little bit spready, but that's where I got it from. Boy, keep an eye on this INSS. I mean, if it takes this out right there, it's got, well, I mean, if it, obviously there's the low on Friday, 533. So, I mean, it's got a shot to get down here. I'm not in SLCA. Again, I'm not in it. Again, this has room to eat. You look at that weekly chart. Again, DPW, it's really got to try to take this out right here. All that, look at that daily. And up here, I mean, obviously, if it can somehow get above 4, I don't mean today necessarily, but then it's got a real shot. But it is pretty much tied, I guess, to the BTX. BTX is, the word is they've got 9% of BTX. The word is. Well, that's the old adage, you know, old resistance turns into support, in theory. Come on, SY, give me one more little pop down before I cover something. Yeah, just like that. I'm just waiting on this ISNS to see if it takes this area out right here around 570 later. A very low float. That's the only issue, you know, 4 million in a float. Tough to really commit. And there's the OCGN now guy. Well, it again briefly through 15. All right, guys, I am looking to cover SY. So around 951, I'm starting to cover 951 from 987 now. Again, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. Pointed out an opportunity here. The SY looked, to me, the best, just because it was underneath that 10 mark. Okay, Pavlin, please, please, please stop it, okay? I remember we talked about this years ago, it seems. Your innermost thoughts. It sort of jams up the. Okay, please. I know you're excited about it. I know you want it to go down. I get it. No, you control that, Zelly. I think I think it might be 100 shares on the default, but I mean you can control that, of course. Wow, FBIO, look at this one now. I mean, look at the break on the daily today. 62 million in the float, not super low, not super high. Look at the break on the daily today for FBIO. I don't see any specific news. Had an Egger filing, fine, but I don't see any specific news on it. And look at the room it's got. I mean, if you look left, the next high looking left is 479. After that, 505. After that, 610. Again, I'm not saying it's going to break out, take those areas out. You know, it's extended right now. Ideally, you'd love to see maybe a little bit of a base here, as opposed to just completely, you know, chasing it. Make it one more leg down for the SY. This has been a great, fairly what I would call stress-free trade, guys. SY. Okay, so if anybody took the SY, here's your area of potential support. You know, I mean, the day, that was Friday, so the low was what? 912. So we're getting really close to that level right there. So if you want a little bit more action from what, actually this is not, I mean, I'm getting a few in the watch list up and down, but I mean the gap continuation or reverse, okay, a little more action. What I did is I also duplicated the window, okay, I duplicated the window, and then I put a don't repeat on this, so I can see the very first time we had the alert, and see how it did from there. All right, explosion, a little bit of an explosion now for OCGN. All right, guys. So OCGN now. There's a silver play. SVM. RHE, yes, RHE is 1208, 1220, so a bit of a spread issue. Actually, not terrible. I mean, it's going to be all over the place with that 1.5 million in the float. Yeah, I don't love this fold. I think there's too much resistance not that far away. I mean, if it can somehow get through 1050, it has a shot to get to the 11 mark, and somehow if it gets through 11, then you're talking about something. But all right, guys, it's not quite 10:20, but I think what I'll do is I'll start my my spiel a minute and a half early. Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format: Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll start off with the test drive. So for those of you who are interested in trying our service, we don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So if you click on the test drive link that I've just popped in, this is what you're going to see. Okay, it starts on the 10th, so that's next Monday, so a week Monday. However, you will have access to the program. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes this Friday. So what does this all mean? So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. And please listen carefully because I say up to 10 trading days. If you can start on the 10th and go to the 21st, which are 10 trading days, you'll have 10 trading days. But if you can't start on the 10th, if you can only start on the 11th or the 12th, you'll have 9 days or 8 days, okay? So it's not 10 days from where you start, from when you start. Just want to make sure you completely understand that. So yes, so for $8.99, you'll have access to the full premium service. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay? I want to be very clear about that. Yes, we'll have a nice promo code once the test drive is over, that if you do want to take out a subscription, of course you can do so. Also, what you're doing right now, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. So you will not get any data. You'll have access to the program, as say, a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. So you can play around with it for the balance of Friday and of course over the weekend. And if you're going to take the test drive, this is what I really recommend you do. All right, Emma. In fact, this is what I'm going to do for you if you've just taken it. Take the 20 lessons, okay? The 20 lessons. And that'll get you started, okay, with trade ideas. And also, I'm going to give you another link. Just give me one moment. Yeah, so if you're a beginning trader, I mean, first of all, Trade Ideas doesn't teach you how to trade. It's a scanner, okay? So it generates ideas, but it's not teaching you exactly how to trade those ideas. That's only going to, wow, look at RHE, holy smokes. So what I would do is, I just popped in my homepage link. If you go to the education section, and you click here, And I already dropped in the link for the 20 lessons, but that's more about, you know, the features of trade ideas. But if you scroll all the way down and where it says back to basics, okay, I think this is going to help you. You know, literally starting off with what is a stock and introductions to charts, etc. Okay, this is more of trying to teach you some of the basic ideas of trading itself. Okay, so that's in the education section. Just scroll down. Well, again, though, you're looking for basic ideas of how to trade. Did you go through that video section, the 36 videos? Again, Trade Ideas is not in the business of teaching you how to trade. We teach you how to use the product in order to generate ideas. But, you know, we're not in the business necessarily of teaching you how to trade those ideas. That's why I'm saying, you know, trading is not easy. You know, if you're brand new, don't expect, you know, if you take trade ideas that all of a sudden you'll know how to trade the market. It's a tool that'll help you trade the market, but, you know, nothing is going to, you know, you need some experience. And that's why I'm saying if you take a look at those videos. If you're saying you looked at those videos and they don't help, well, then I'm not sure what we can do for you, to be honest. So Emma, again, but you're saying that you're new to trading. I mean, I don't know what else to say. If you're new to trading, Trade Ideas is a tool. That's all it is. It's a scanning tool, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. All right, so that is, I want to just pop that link in again. If you're new to Trade Ideas, you know, I think you should take a look at the 20 lessons. Again, it's not going to teach you how to trade, but it'll give you, you know, an understanding of the basic features of Trade Ideas. Okay, and you take those 20 lessons. Again, what is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay, and all the way into the AI. So if you're going to take that test drive, I really recommend that you take the 20 lessons also. Okay, it won't take you 20 days, obviously, but so you're prepared for the test drive, so you won't be coming in completely brand new to the program. Well, I guess that's what we're trying to do with the, with that $17 product, just an information. But even that, I mean, it requires some trading experience a little bit. You know, I mean, it's not, trading is not easy, guys. Okay, I'm going to have to say that a million times, I guess. But I mean, don't expect to start trading, you know, open an account and then immediately become successful. Wow, SLCA. Oh, man. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about the information you will find on my homepage. Yeah, again, the premium service can be helpful. I mean, it gives you the AI. I mean, right now there's nothing happening. I mean, you know, in fact, a lot of them got stopped out. But I use it like a watch list. Okay. Again, it's going to require some experience trading. You know, this is not It's not the magic money machine. You know, you just take every single AI trade every single day and you're going to be successful. Cannot say that. Look at VXRT. I wish I had shorted it. There was the first alert, 956. I did not short it. Only one I'm short in right now. Only one I've taken so far is SY. I have not taken any other trade so far. Look at OCGN. Oh, I mean, the news on this one, hey, whether you believe they're going to be able to make money doing this down the road, but, you know, it is a good press release. Good in that it's an eye-catching one. Oh, I agree, Bernd. I mean, I'm not, you know, I've never auto traded it in my life. I don't believe in auto trading, so anything, not just the AI. But I don't run the company, so. All right, let's take a look at what my homepage has to offer. Click on my homepage tab right there, and then click on my link. And this is what you'll see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. $22.68 a year for the annual for premium, minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. There are other differences, but the main reason people want to have access to the premium service is to see what the AI/Holly, we nicknamed her Holly, what it's all about. Okay, you don't have to. In fact, if you're not sure about this program, do not take an annual subscription. Okay, try us out on a monthly basis. You can try us out, $118 for the standard, $228, minus the 15%. You can, that promo is only good for the first month, okay? The discount's only good for the first month. So if you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll start paying after the first month. Okay, but please do not take out an annual subscription if you're not familiar with our program. You can always cancel after a month. Try us out. If you don't like it, hey, cancel. Okay, more information. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video. I do a stock of the day video. These two are free. Here are all the scans and the layout that I'm sharing. If you click on this is the scan section, click here. Here's my layout. That's what you see. That's what I'm sharing. Plus a lot of individual scans. So you might have your own layout that you like, but maybe you want to take a look at some of these individual scans, like the gap continuation or reverse scan. I'm loving this one again. Right here, the gap continuation or reverse. And the big education link or section. So the 20 lessons in 20 days right here. Daily support session. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I monitor a YouTube room at the same time. It's the same room, don't have to go there. It's the same room, it's just a slightly different format. And I take a break just before noon, and one of the other traders takes over. Today it'll be Sean taking over between 12 and 1. I'll pop the link in before I do take my break, so you can head over there if you want to. Free trading room, so that this is this room right here, okay? Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them right here. More educational videos. And again, this is the back to basics. So again, if you're new to trading, you know, this is a great little video series, very short videos. Michael Noss put it together. Somebody who works at Trade Ideas. He basically did this with his wife, who had never placed a trade in her life. And like literally, what is a stock? Starting off with what is a stock? trading books. So a lot of information on my homepage. So what I would do is I would save my link because there is a lot of information. So, you don't have to do it while, you're in this room. You can always do it later on. Take a look at all the information, all the scans I'm sharing, and all the educational stuff. Yeah, you should get an email. I don't know exactly when, Ajit, but you should get an email exactly when it's open, when you can download all that, okay? Yeah, if you ever want to take an annual subscription, JParm, there'll always be a discount for you, okay? Always. So if you went month to month, your first month, you took the discount and then you decided to go month to month. At any point, if you ever want to upgrade, we'll always be able to give you a discount. Okay? All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we are. We scan the market. Doesn't matter what broker you have, you can use our program. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use our program. So I just want to emphasize that. Because it's amazing how many emails we get saying, oh, well, I live in, X country, can I use your program? It doesn't matter where you live, you can use our program. And again, I have ABC Broker, can I use your program? Sure, we're a scanner, that's what we do, we scan. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Oh man, oh man, oh man, I wish I had shorted this one, VXRT. I'm going to have to be satisfied with the SY short. Well, it didn't set up. I mean, it was a gap down and go, and I put my alert right there, but it didn't take it out. So yeah, obviously it didn't take it. And now it's popped up, ISNS. That's why I place price alerts. Doesn't trigger, I just move on. Now that just obviously just exploded above the high on Friday now. So ISNS, and it just got halted. So yes, we're a scanner. This is an example of a scan I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. And I'm sharing this one. And of course, if you want to change any of the values, in other words, if you didn't like the price range that I'm looking at, of course you can do that. So what I'm looking at are stocks between the price of 1 and 20. Current volume of 4, that's a very powerful filter that we have. It has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. This is my minimum volume, and etc. Okay, I don't have to go over all these filters, but this is the concept. You have filters in order to get, the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why these have shown up so far today. Okay? So we don't force you to learn a programming language. What we did is we put together what we feel are enough. These are all the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So you do not have to know a programming language. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. In order to access it, you have to be using our downloadable application, okay? Not available for the web-based version. So, if you have, and it's an option, it's a feature. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus, okay? Just want to make sure you understand that it's not necessary to use Brokerage Plus in order to use Trade Ideas. It's just a feature, an option that we have, that if you want to use it, it's there. Now, I'm going to pop this video into the rooms. All right, so I just popped this video called Brokerage Plus. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade your account. The video explains it. It's actually two videos. The first video shows, I think, how you connect either to your E-Trade account or to your Interactive Brokers account. And then the next video goes into a lot of the, I'm going to show you how you can create what we call one-click trading and things like that, okay? But you have to watch the video. I'm not going to go into it any great detail here. And only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Please don't ask me about other accounts, other brokerages. Question is like TDA, Thinkorswim. Yeah, we're working on it, but I have no idea when or if it's going to happen. Okay, so right now it's just Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. And if you have an E-Trade account, you do have to download the latest beta. So if you go to my homepage, click on the link. And then scroll up to where you see download software. Click on the download software and keep scrolling down until you see the beta. You have to have the beta if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Again, this is not mandatory. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus at all. And the reason I keep emphasizing is because people get the wrong idea, thinking, well, man, if I don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, I can't use Trade Ideas. Okay, nothing could be further from the truth. So you can do things like this. This is very easy to use. So in a very manual way, notice how I've clicked on an alert and the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade, the price, okay? And again, I can do this in a very manual way of using this in order to trade your account if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Or you can get a little more fancy. You can say I click on an alert, I like what I see on a chart, I can go back, right click, trade, and these you set up yourself, of course. These are what I've got set up. But you can set up, of course, your own. You have to watch that video to show you how. And now this is what we call one-click trading. You just click how you want to trade it. Again, this is an advanced feature. You don't have to do it. Boy, this is really, again, 4 million in the float. This is why these things can happen. Yes, Ija. Yes, Ija. Yes, Ija. Congratulations. I'm in our YouTube room. Talked about that one last week. All right, so now the next, that is covering if you have an IB account, E-Trade account, you want to use this window to trade, you can do so. Not mandatory. Now, here's the other huge reason to use this Brokerage Plus window, and that is for simulated trading, paper trading. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Trading is not easy. We have a simulator here. Notice it says Brokerage Plus. One underneath it says live. The other one is simulator. So you pick simulator. Now you're in paper trading mode. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It's got nothing to do with who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. So this is all real-time stuff. So when you click on an alert, you pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. You want to go long, you buy. You want to short, you sell. Okay? Now, I always like to demonstrate, taking something on a pullback, just to start off. So let's say you did want to trade ISNS, but you didn't want to take it right here. You want to take it on a pullback, and say you wanted to take it on a pullback way back here, to 660 or so. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm going to put 300. Again, I'm not saying this is what you would want to do. I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. So let's just put 660 a couple of times in these boxes. And click the buy button. Notice this blue line appears on the chart. So if ISNS pulls back to 660, it'll take the trade. If it took that trade, that dark blue line will turn into a faded blue line. Now, I don't have to keep this in. If I don't want to, I can go to the orders and I can just right click on it and cancel it. Okay, so I don't have to keep it in, obviously. But again, I'm just showing you demonstration purposes, okay, how you can do something like that. I could have also said, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this, but I want to take it higher if it took out, say, the high of the day, or if I saw a resistance area above, I might want to take it there. So I could have placed in the positions, I could have placed the price above the current price, and a big blue line would have shown above the current price. Now, this doesn't look like it's going to pull back anytime soon, ISNS. Now, for those of you new to trading, I'm going to spend about 5 or 10 minutes on the concept of stops and money management. Again, if you're new to trading, this is so important, because you don't want to blow up your account. You want to practice, number one, using a simulator before you commit money to the market, and then get used to the concept of placing stops. Why place a stop? Well, first of all, when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So you should have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work, and you just move on. Now, how you are going to know where that price is? There is where experience starts to come in. You have to have the ability to read a chart, to look and say, okay, for instance, what if I had been able to get into ISNS right in this area here, say around $6, okay? And I look at the chart, it looks like there's a lot of support right here around 580, 586. That would have been an area where I would have said to myself, look, if it broke down below that area, I should be out of the chart, or I should be out of the trade, because it looks like there's a lot of support right there. And, will the support hold? We don't know. But so if I get into the trade in this area, that's exactly where I would have placed my stop, just a little bit below that support. So I would have said, okay, if it takes that out, I should be out of the trade, and you just move on. Okay, so that's that, and that's only going to come with trading with some experience, because that's the number one question. Well, how do I know where to place a stop? So let me just try to find something where it might make sense to, again, I'm just trying to find something that, okay, so let's just say I wanted to take this SB trade right now, okay, and I look down here at that 2 minute, the low's right there around 386, so I could say to myself, okay, yeah, I could take this trade right now, and that could be a support area that if it broke down, I should be out of the trade. Now, I'm going to try to make this math easy. So I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares, and I'm going to put the stop at, I'm going to take the trade. Sorry, I'm going to take the trade. Okay, I see what happened. I went in at See if it takes it. There we go. Okay, so I took the trade at 401. I'm going to put my stop at 381. I'm going to explain why I'm putting my stop at 381. And again, before I took that trade, I would know where my stop is, because the next concept to try to understand is that, okay, once you start to get into the mindset that, okay, I get the idea, I should put a stop. I'm getting an idea about where I should place my stop. Now, how many shares should I take? Well, how many shares you take should be dictated, or is a direct correlation to your account size. Because the other aspect is that when you get into a trade, you should have a planned dollar loss also. You're going to know where you're going to get out, price-wise, but now you should also have a planned dollar loss. So what I mean by that is, okay, if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. At least you shouldn't. If you do, you're going to be wiped out. You might get lucky. Hey, you might get lucky. But, you'll more than likely just get wiped out. So let's just say that your account size says that, okay, I can risk $100 a trade. If the trade works against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. So why did I take 500 shares? Because, there's the other concept that you're not going to go into trading thinking, okay, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares, 500 shares, 1,000 shares. How many shares you take should be the difference between your entry and your stop. In this case, this is why I wanted to make the math easy. That is 20 cents. You take 20 cents, so you divide that into, say, the $100 that you can risk, and you get 500 shares. That's why I picked 500 shares here. If I multiply 500 shares times 20 cents, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. There's a bit of a rounding that goes on here. That's why it says 97.50. So if I allow this so if I get into this trade, again, I know where my stop is when I get into the trade. So now, if I allow it to take me out for a loss, if it goes down to 381, I should lose no more than $100. Joe, I'm just using this as an example, okay? I put it 20 cents just to make the math easy, that's all. It's not that, it's a few pennies underneath below where I probably would have put a stop, but I'm just using it as an example, okay? If I'd put the stop at 17 cents, then I would have said, okay, you have to divide 17 cents into $100 and you'll get a different, I just wanted to make the math easy, that's all. There should be sound. I'm looking at I've got my mic on. So guys, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I just need a yes. Okay, thank you. So it's on your end, Ori. You can't hear me, but it's on your end. So I better put that in. Okay, so there's the concept, okay? You place a stop and you practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. I can't emphasize it enough. Okay, trading is not easy. I can't emphasize that enough. Trading is a tool to help you find interesting ideas. It's not, but it doesn't mean that, when I get an alert, I immediately take the trade. Look what I did with the ISNS. I had an alert on the gap down and go. And I said, okay, I like the idea. There's a lot of room underneath. I placed a price alert right there. That's that blue line. It didn't take it out and it popped. So I did not take this trade. Okay, that was, call it whatever you want, my experience. I just said, okay, it's got to take this out before I'll take a look at it. Didn't take it out. Consequently, did not take the trade. But, it's some experience at play here. The SY though was for me. It was different. When I first alerted the room to SY, what did I say? If you can remember, I said, I think I even said the magic 10, but I mean, underneath 10, it's such a psychological number to break, a psychological number to break, and it broke 10. Did I take the trade immediately? No. I wanted to see, I always say in the room, I'll say, I want to see how well it holds underneath, maybe a level. In this case, 10. So it was holding underneath 10 for a long enough time for me. I was satisfied that, okay, take the trade. And if it popped up to 10, that was basically my stop. I'm out of the trade. It's that simple. And the other thing I said was, why did I take it? Well, the next low looking left was 912. That was, to me, that was, on a percentage basis to get in just a little bit under 10. If it could ever get down to 9, I mean, that's a great, great percentage move. Now, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. But if it hadn't done it, I was out for a manageable loss and just move on. All right, so again, the concept of the stop, everything's in place. You practice a month, 2 months, 3 months. I don't know how long it's going to take you before you get comfortable, but you practice for a while, and now you're ready. Now you've got your account all set up, and you're going to start trading. And you get into your first trade, and it doesn't work. It's not working. It's starting to drift down. You've placed your stop. I'm going to use SB as an example. You get in, and it starts to drift down to that stop price. Well, listen, I mean, if you're able to obey your stop the very first time, hey, more power to you. Most people, though, probably, even though they've practiced for a while, and in the simulator, when you get stopped out, it's not real money. So, oh well, I get stopped out. You just move on. When all of a sudden it becomes your real money, human nature being what it is you cannot believe, man, I practiced all this time, I was doing well, and you're going to get stopped out that very first trade. I mean, you saw the setup looked good, they had some news, everything looks good, but you know what? It's not working, and it's starting to drift down towards your stop price. So the inner demons take hold, and on one hand, you start saying to yourself, you know what? Maybe I didn't practice enough. Maybe that stop that I put, perhaps, I still don't quite get the idea of where I should put a stop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to drop my stop a little bit below. And unfortunately, the price keeps moving down to your new stop, and you still won't obey it because, again, you're stubborn. And so now I've dropped it down to if it hit that stop price, instead of that $100 loss, I'm out $200. Or worse, you keep dropping it down, down, down. Now you're out $500 and you finally get out and you kick yourself, because, man, why didn't I obey my stop? So, and it's going to happen. I guarantee it's going to happen. So how to counteract that? You leave your stop in, you take all the emotion out of it, and if you get stopped out, you get stopped out and you move on. AB, yes it does. Standard version has gappers and momentum scanners, yes. I'm sharing a lot of things like that. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. Practice, practice, practice. Now, the other thing is that when I place a stop myself, that's my absolute, that is the worst. That's the worst scenario for me, okay? I mean, I've planned for my loss. I've planned for the dollar amount, but it doesn't mean I have to, now listen to me carefully, it doesn't mean I have to obey it and allow myself to be taken out there. I can always get out earlier too. If I don't like the way something is trading, maybe the market all of a sudden has a big turn, I don't have to wait to be taken out to the absolute area where I'm saying, okay, I do not want to let it get down below that. I could always get out earlier, okay? And obviously I reserve the right to do that. Meanwhile, This is not going to pull back. And if it did pull back, I probably wouldn't want to take the trade. Why? Because if it pulls back from $8 all the way down here, that could be a broken trade. You know, I don't necessarily, that could be the massive sell-off. So I would not want to take that trade. So, you know, I would go back my orders in case I forgot. And I would just cancel the order to buy it. So it takes it right off, okay? So yeah, AB, I'm just going to pop the link into the room, into, let's see, into the YouTube room so you can take a look at my scanners. So if you go to my homepage and then go to the, so click on my homepage and the link, you see the link right there. I've just popped the link into the room. When you do that, then go to the scan. Here's the scan section right here. Click here, and here's my layout. But you were talking about momentum and gappers. This is what I use in the pre-market. You can keep this running all day long if you want, the gap up. I don't. This is what I use in the pre-market. I use these 4 scans: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, so I'm showing a lot of scans. Well, no, I don't sell my scanner on its own, Joy. So if you just want, you need the standard service. If you just want to have access to the scans that I created and any scan that you want to create, you just need the standard service. If you want to have access to the AI, well, basically, if you want to have access to the AI, then you need the premium service. Okay, there are some other differences, but I mean, in essence, the usual reason people want to take a look at our premium service is to have access to the AI. So far, not having a great day, but you know, it could turn around. So on a monthly basis, it'd be $118 a month, less the 15% discount for the first month only. Okay, so there's a promo code you can use. And so the standard on a monthly basis, 118 less the 15%. Again, remember that promo is only good for the first month. Of course, it's good on an annual basis. Of course, you would take the 15% off your annual subscription, but on a month-to-month, only good for the first month. So guys, just one trade for me today, but it's been a great trade. The SY coming into maybe finally that support area. Now, these are hotkeys, so if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I could flatten it. Okay, that gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your trade. Doubles your trade. Or I could go, I could obviously pick how many shares I would want to get out of by clicking on the sell. So if I only wanted to get out of 100 shares, I put 100 in here. Pick the price I want to get it out at. Our standard service is awesome. I mean, I don't. I use the AI like a watch list. If I don't like what I see, I just pass on it. Right now, what I'm seeing is number one. I don't see anything in the price range I want to trade. Number one. Okay, if I get an AI alert underneath. So I'm sorry, guys. I just got distracted there. I had to answer an email. Yeah, so I use the AI like a watch list, no more, no less. Okay, and I'll watch it all day long. I like this. I like the stocks under $20. So far, there's nothing there. So that's how I use it. And what is the market doing? So the market's starting to drift down. So okay, so the Dow is still up, SPY is still up, but we're getting a little disconnect now. We've got this. We got the Nas is starting to move down. Okay, so the market is starting to drift down just a little bit. Meanwhile, PRPO, that got halted earlier, and it's a low float, 17.9 million in the float through the 200-day. See, for me, the same sort of thing. I mean, if it can somehow break out, say 282, then I get interested. I still have to, I think it still has then that other whole number to contend with 3. Okay, but I mean, this is having a day. Obviously, I don't know what the news is. Oh, that's right. That's right. The rapid virus antibody test. So, I mean, they had some news through the 200-day. This will be very interesting to see going forward. What will it do tomorrow? Can it hold? First of all, what will it do today? Can it hold its gains today? And if it can hold its gains and then somehow, hold the gains and then maybe even tomorrow continue. I mean, at one point this got up to $8. That's a few weeks ago. Well, it's quite a few weeks ago. That's July of last year. With the AI, well, it gives you an entry, it gives you a stop. Okay, it gives you an entry, gives you a stop, and I mean, I haven't seen a day like this where we hit so many stop outs, but that's what it does. It gives you an entry and a stop, and then how you manage the trade will be up to you. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I have to do an email here, so I'll just put myself on mute for a bit. Yeah, I am on mute. I put myself on mute just for a moment while I was constructing an email. Well, guys, I mean, this PRPO, I mean, this might, who knows, maybe it'll take this out. I thought maybe it might delay a while, but it may take this out. So the virus plays are back. I mean, these virus plays are definitely back. I mean, there was a while there where I think we were sort of had virus play fatigue, but now these virus plays are definitely back. So what does that mean? So Joe, yeah, so we don't separate. You can't pay for the AI separately. We have a standard plan. This is a question. Can you just pay for the AI separately, or individual scanners separately? No. We have a standard plan and we have a premium plan. Standard, is basically what you see here. You can create all your own scanners. The premium plan, I mean, there are some other differences, but the main difference is the access to the AI. Okay? So only two plans, standard and premium. Well, I mean, this one might just pop out. Look at the volume. I mean, guys, look at the volume today. 17.9 million in the float. 41 million have traded already. So if you're unfamiliar with the concept of a floater, let's just call that 18 million. Okay, so this will probably trade the float. I'm going to make a guess of 4 to 5 times today. Just divide 17.9 into 41. That gives you the ratio. Wow. Man, oh man, this PRPO. What was the original halt? Was that around 220 or so? 229, I think. Sorry, yeah, 221 was the original halt this morning, right around this area. Didn't look like much was going to happen, after that halt. Just kind of sat here, and then all of a sudden, look at the volume that came in. All right, guys. So yeah, the market is starting to. No, the Dow is still up though. Dow is up, SPY's up. So it's tech is leading this charge down. You know what? To be honest, Alex, I think every day is shorting the tops. All right, so Vizio, I'm going to keep an eye on this Vizio. 2636 was the alert on the gap down, but it hasn't really moved from there. You know, if this market continues like this, oh man, guys, this SY has turned into a nice trade. I mean, now 906 is the low, 912 is the low. I'm just looking at the next lows, looking left, 891. So the next low looking left, if it can somehow find its way to get through 9, is 891. I already covered some, but wow, I mean, this is... I don't even know if there's some specific news for this one other than I don't know what the rest of China is doing, but okay, give me a moment, please. Well, obviously GME did not trigger. So this is not an all-time high. I have to check to see where oh, here we go. So I have to go back to 2015 before we start to see these levels for star bulk carriers, SB or SBLK, sorry. Yeah, so 1970. Yeah, so back here, so we have to go. You have to go back 6 years before we start seeing these highs for SBLK. So wow. Well, I mean, if you read you probably didn't read the email. I mean, it looked like it was forming. I listen. Obviously, crazy speculation on it, but I think the reason is that it was forming this little area right there, and it looked like it. You know, had it popped, you know, again, there's always a trigger. Never triggered. Yeah, you're in the wrong room for that, Dallas. So you might want to just not be here then, if that's what you're thinking. I told you about the SY trade. I did take the trade. What you see here is a simulator, okay? I have the simulator in action, okay? I'm not going to toggle back and forth between my account and the simulator. All right, guys, 11:18. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the Vizio, the VZIO. What a base now on this 2-minute chart. I want to see if it takes out 2636. So I'm going to stick an alert. Actually, I'm going to stick an alert around 2620 and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, we had the alert right there at 2636, but it moved higher. So I'm just waiting to see if it can take it out. Oh, man. I don't understand what you mean. If I get stopped, I'm never coming back. What does that even mean? Sorry, guys. All right, guys, I have covered some more of the SY. Covered some more of this. You know, I was hoping maybe we could take out a little bit more than underneath 9, but doesn't, you know, it may bounce from here. So I've covered some more. Don't have very much left. Here's another, I hate to bring it up, but here's another shipper, guys. Tops, our one of our favorites from a while ago. Tops. There's Tops. Now the next, I mean, you know, I mean, it's got a shot, I suppose, to get up to this 270 level. Look at the volume that is just coming into Tops. It's never a short. But it did not trigger. You know, GME did not trigger. The trigger was 182. Well, it's fine. I mean, Dallas, I mean, listen, I would never say you shouldn't trade like that. Yeah, why not? If you're a sophisticated contrarian, then, you know, do what you have to do. Yeah, that I don't know, Sam. I haven't called him in over 4.5 years. I'm obviously talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. So tops. Wow, tops. I have such a disdain for this one, but you cannot dispute the fact that it is just absolutely. If it stays over 2, I mean, it's just being tugged along by the rest of the shippers, I guess. I mean, look. I mean, here's ship. So the shippers are hot. Remember I said earlier today when we're looking at the pre-market, I was saying, there wasn't, I couldn't really find a hot sector. Didn't see one. Well, obviously the shippers are hot. I think there must be a shipper ATF. Off the top of my head, I don't know. But there must be. Yeah, Costa Marine, isn't that another one? CTRM? Castor, not Coaster, Castor. Oh, cheap, cheap, cheap. Yeah, had there been a shipper ETF, ship would have been the one, but it is not. It would have been a classic had it been, but it is not. Another one, I always find it interesting. I mean, this GTN is just having look at the day it's having, had no action in the pre-market whatsoever. So if this is correct, oh yeah, this is this one that I never could really figure out the press release. They had the press release last week about selling, it's a $2.7 billion deal now to sell local stations to Gray, etc., etc. Okay, so now, boy, this is an earnings play. And again, our provider has May the 6th. I'm going to check another source. I know we're looking to change providers for this, but I also just want to check another source. No, I'm checking, Finviz. A lot of people say, well, look at Finviz. Finviz has it May the 6th also. So I don't know. I mean, they've released early. Yeah, this Koifin, I hear about it quite a bit, Dreamer. Well, not quite a bit. I know one of the Michael at Trade Ideas, he happens to have. Let me just, I'm going to pass that on though. But I mean, listen, I mean, I don't know what their earnings are in terms of, that's not the excitement, obviously, regarding GTN right now. But they did have that announcement about the selling last week. It was sort of, a blah reaction, really. But look at today for GTN. So this is an alpha stock. Alpha stock meaning, look what the market's doing. It doesn't care. So look, I mean, 15-minute chart for the SPY versus, 15-minute chart for GTN. SPY's moving down, GTN's moving up. Classic definition of an alpha stock. Okay guys, so now I'm just going to demonstrate how you can get out of a trade. I'm just going to flatten this one out. I also want to show you, why I like to have these columns up and running. The max P&L, distance from exit price, and of course the close P&L. So what this is telling me right here, at one point when I was in this in the simulator, in this SB trade, I was up a big $47, okay? And so when I exited this trade, I didn't wait for the stop. As I was saying, the stop was down here, but I didn't like the way it was trading, so I can, I reserve the right to exit something before the actual stop. So when I exited, taking a $40 loss, again, in the simulator. So this can be a good gauge to show you how good are your exits. So for instance, you wouldn't have wanted to see this, as a maximum P&L of say 500 or 600, and then when you got out for a $40 loss or maybe a $50 gain, okay? So it'll give you a pretty good idea about how good are your exits. The other one is the distance from the exit price. Because when you do get out of a trade, what you'd love to see, of course, is the distance from the exit price, assuming you went long the trade, as a big negative number. What that would mean is that, okay, you get out of a trade and then it dropped a lot after you got out, which of course is what you want to see. So, these can give you a bit of an idea of how good are your exits. I mean, it's definitely it's always a challenge. I mean, that is one of the biggest challenges of trading. When do you get out? How much do you take out? The other thing you can do is if you keep the trade overnight, then you can also practice swing trading using this. Okay? So if you don't exit the trades at the end of the day, then basically you're practicing swing trading. Well, it didn't trigger, Sam. So yeah, I mean, it's not doing well, but it didn't trigger. 182 was the trigger. All right, guys, I have some thumbnail charts. Nothing is really happening on those. I mean, I'm watching Riot and Mara and Bitcoin all starting to slide away. I'm also, OCGN. This is going to be active all day long. Look. I mean, it's going to trade the float. I mean, even with 183 million in the float, it's traded 148 million. So it'll trade the float easily. All right, guys, 11:34. So in about 20 minutes, I'm going to be taking a break. What I'm going to do is just pop the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there and listen to Sean for an hour, you can do so. And Sean is definitely, he's an options trader, okay? So we don't scan for options as such, you know, we don't trading options here. However, we do have some option filters. Look at GTN. So the option filters look like this. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. We have the option volume today, put volume and call volume today. So this one that says option volume, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So this one is the key. The option volume today percent. Okay, that's the key. So what does it mean? So if something is traded over the last 10 days on average, say 2,000 contracts, and if you put option volume today, if you use that filter and you put 300 here, 300% or a ratio of 3, that means that stock that is traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days has to trade 6,000 before you'll see it today. So you can zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity. If that helps you trade the underlying option, great. But as I say, Sean is he's an option trader. Yeah, another one that is with no news. Okay, well, I guess in theory they did have some news once the market closed on Friday afternoon. So they announced the receipt of a NASDAQ notification letter and a request for emergency court relief. Okay, so it looks like they were going to be booted from NASDAQ on the 9th. And they're trying to, they're appealing to it. They're appealing that. Is what I'm looking at right there. So they were going to be booted on the 9th, but they're appealing that decision from NASDAQ, okay? So that's the reason for the little pop, I guess. Well, okay, for chart pattern recognition, this is what we have. I don't use it ever, but I mean, I can show you what we do have. The category right there. If I go to, so we have geometric patterns. Here they are. Okay, we've got well, candle patterns. So we have, you know, the doji hammers, etc. We have all this. So we do have some. You know, it's just a matter of. I mean, you can take a look at everything that we've got. If I go all, I mean, you can take a look at all this. Okay. I mean, here are all the alerts and filters that we do have. Sorry, not that one. Oh, it did work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, usually it's $1. I mean, there are other requirements to, you know, to be listed, but usually is $1. That's why you'll see a lot of these stocks that are sub $1 doing reverse splits, so they get the price above $1. I haven't seen a reverse split for a while. Yeah, Mike, for me, I never use a 1 minute chart, so I'm the wrong person for that one. You know, I never use 1 minute charts to find reversals like that. I'm not a big reversal player. You might want to, I think some of the other traders are more into reversals than I am, so you might want to just ask that question. I'll give you the, and somebody else might have a better idea. Info at trade-ideas. Sorry, forget that. Here, let me get the right address. But I certainly don't use a 1 minute chart, so I would be of no help for you there. Now, I do have something called bouncers toppers that you might want to look at, okay? One of the scans I am sharing. So again, click on the home page. Well, you can't do that there, so I'll pop the link in. I mean, you might want to look at that for reversals. So in the scan section, one of the ones I am sharing is called bouncers toppers. Okay. It's a multi-strategy window, so it has two. It's got two alert windows in there: one for bouncers, and one for tops. All right, so market is trying to put in a bit of a green bar here. So we've had basically had an hour straight down. Now the market's trying to put in a bit of a green bar. And again, this OCGN, I mean, it's whippy, but it is now over 15 again after that, about a 4-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. Why the dump? Because it's not really a company. I don't know. I mean, why the dump? I mean, just because they're petitioning NASDAQ not to get rid of them on the 8th doesn't mean it's going to happen. Meanwhile, PRPO is trying to take out 3. What a day it's had. Well, guys, I mean, if it takes out 3, look left. 375. I mean, there are some other highs here, but I mean, this has a shot. And it's a low float, 17.9 million in the float. So what did I say? I thought maybe it would trade 5 times. 5 times the float by the end of the day. Shipper, PXS, a real cheap one, guys. Low float, 19 million in the float, PXS. All right, VXRT. VXRT is maybe, just maybe, trying to base here a little over this $9. Yeah, it looks like they blindsided the market with their press release, earnings release this morning. Because there are a number of sites that had it on the 18th. So I cannot blame our provider for this one. Okay, guys, ISNS, this could be interesting as a short. I mean, look at underneath 7, starting to drift down. Look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. What does that mean? Remember, the buyers had it up here, the sellers closed it here. Buyers tried again, sellers closed it here. Sellers look like they're in control right now. And it's underneath that hole number 7. And look at the 5-minute chart, the same sort of thing, breaking down a little bit. Obviously, it's got a ton of room underneath. Well, PJ, I almost bought VXRT pre-market. I actually traded this one. You know, people ask me, do I do any trading when I shut the room down at 3? I actually did some trading in this one, VXRT, after hours on Friday. And I was toying with the idea of holding it over the weekend, but I just didn't. I woke up this morning to this, and I almost took this right around here. It was holding over 12 nicely. And I thought, you know what? This could have a run. And I held off, and man, was I ever glad I did. That's pretty easy to write, actually, William. I mean, the current days. I mean, to write this specifically, we don't show people how to write specific ones, but the data points are there for sure. I mean, for the current day's high and the current day's low. I mean, they're there. And then the ATR. I mean, there are data. That's pretty simple though to write. Let me just give me a moment here, and I'll find you the data points. Well, okay. The thing is, William, like writing, it's an advanced topic, obviously. Okay, so it's not for everybody. So we give you the data points, and yeah, we don't show you how to, but to write one, for instance, current day's high. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, so T high minus T underscore low oops. Okay, bracket it. Yeah, I'm typing it on the screen for you. No. You're just stay right there. It's in this section you're in. And then greater than, and then the ATR. And that is in the other one, I think. Yeah, just give me a moment. Yeah, just give me a. I haven't finished. Just give me a moment. Here's what I'm doing, okay? Okay, that should do it. It's today's high minus today's low. That's what you're looking for. Greater than the ATR. So there's your filter, and if you put 1 in the min, okay, that basically makes the formula true. That'll show you stocks that are satisfying it, okay? Where the difference between the high and the low is greater than the ATR. Okay, I don't know who Kevin's YouTube Live is, Tommy. I have no idea who that is. So the basic plan, a high of day Momo scanner, well, I've got a couple. One that you can use for sure if you click on my home page and go to the scan section. Find the scan section. Okay, so if you go to the scan section and one of the ones, momentum up, I mean, that could be something similar. I don't know who you're talking about when you say Kevin. So Joe, if you're asking me, would I do a bull put spread on Pinterest? I don't trade options, so I guess the answer is no. But you know what? What time is it right now? Time is 11:52. So Sean will be there. You can ask him. Yeah, you can ask Sean, okay? He'll be there in about 8 minutes. And he's definitely an option player. You can ask him that very question. I still don't know what that means, Calevra YouTube Live. That doesn't help me. No, he doesn't. He won't show up for probably another 5 minutes, Joe. Okay. I just wanted to confirm, though. He's just telling me right now that he will be there. So again, Tommy, I don't know who Calevra YouTube Live is, but I mean, you can always take a look at that momentum scanner that I have. Well, it's okay. I just want to. It's not an option trade room so much, trader, but here is the. Whoops. Here's the YouTube link. Okay. All I'm saying is that Sean will be taking over. This is what I'm talking about right here. Okay. So this is the YouTube room. Okay. It's the same as, I mean, they hear me, they can see my screen. When I take my break, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Monday. Sean McLaughlin will be in there, and he is an options trader. So so you can probably ask him more option related questions. And just give me a moment as I pop the YouTube link in for you so you can head over there. Just give me a moment. Okay, just a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So you've never written a custom formula. Okay, well then here, I'll give you this, the rules to do it. I thought you had written one before. Okay, this is how you do it, and that was the formula. So okay, that's how you do it. Okay, to create the custom formula, click on the link, follow the directions, and you'll see a box that says source code or something like that. That's where you copy and paste that formula that I created for you. Okay? I didn't know you were starting completely from scratch. He'll be there. There he is. The one, the only, Sean McLaughlin. Come on, Sean, why don't you just start now? Give me an extra 4 minutes of a break. Vroom, guys. VRRM. Haven't seen this one for a while. Well, I mean, I have my spider sectors, okay? So, I mean, this is one of the scans I'm sharing, or call it a scan. So, this is what I use, and it is one of the ones that I'm sharing. Okay? Now, we also have a sector channel. Now, it's only looking at the top sectors, okay? It is only looking at the top ones. When I say the top ones, XRT, XLE, I think there are 9 of them. Okay, so if you click on the sector status, you'll see the sectors, and then from within you'll see the stocks. If you want to do that. Okay. But this is what I use. I mean, I'm always glancing at the sectors, okay, just in case. Excuse me, especially if I'm going to get into something that is not, as we call an alpha trade, that is trading, that doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing. So typically, though, I mean, that's mostly what I do. But if I decide, go kind of outside that comfort area, and I want to take something that is more or less trading with the market, I want to know A, how's the market doing? That's why the SPY is always there. And then B, how is its sector doing? Am I going counter to the sector? So that's why I always have this up and running on one of my other monitors. I don't know. I mean, there's only 1.95% short float, so I don't think that's that's not typically the percentage you'd see if it was truly a squeeze. All right, thank you, Sean. Okay, so I'll stop the YouTube feed right now.
Well, hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's Monday. It's noon Eastern, high noon. Or 9 a.m. if you're on the West Coast. If you're in flyover country, we don't care. We ignore you. You don't exist. Just kidding. I'm one of those. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I sure did. So this is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session for the next hour. I'll be your host, and the purpose of the next hour is to answer any questions you may or may not have about the Trade Ideas software. So if you having trouble understanding what a feature does, or having trouble interpreting the data that you see, or you need help understanding what or how to build something specific, I'll do my best to answer those questions. I don't have the answer to everything, but I know enough to be dangerous, and I can certainly point you in the right direction to find those answers. Yes. My handle is Chicago Sean. If you follow me on Twitter, I, of course, no longer exist in Chicago. I haven't lived in Chicago in 9 years now. I live in Colorado now, but the Chicago Sean handle stays with me. Those in the marketing biz call that brand equity. So, as I said, this is the live Q&A, so the content here for the next hour will be driven by you guys, the listeners. I don't have any prepared content, although I typically do start off the calls going through my open positions that you see here in my Brokerage Plus window. While I wait for questions to come in, I'll go in and update my stops. This is something I do once a week, sometimes twice a week, just kind of whenever I feel like it. But these are all swing trades, and these are all my open profits. They're sorted by the most profitable. So my biggest winner right now is CAR, C-A-R. Now, before we all get carried away, this is the simulated trading account. You can see up here where it says simulated trading. I am demoing the simulated trader. So this is not real money. I wish it was. It would be nice. But the nice thing about the simulator, guys, is if you once you play around with the simulator a little bit and make some trades and manage your portfolio, you'll find that once you are comfortable with that, and then you turn it on for live trading with your connected Interactive Brokers account or connected E-Trade account, the process, the workflow will all be exactly the same. So that's the nice thing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cycle through all my charts or all my open positions, and I'm going to adjust my stop losses. You'll notice on a daily chart here, you can see where my stop loss is. You can see my current stop loss is working at 71.98, and if I were to get hit at that level, I'd walk away with a $209 profit. Pretty cool to have this displayed on a chart. Now, this stock is going my way. I like it. I tend to want to move my stops in the direction of the trend, and it has had a nice move, but I don't really see an obvious level of support yet, so I'm just going to leave this stop alone. Hopefully, maybe we kind of build some new support here at this higher level, and I'll drag my stop loss up later. So I'm just going to cycle through all these and see if I can find some places. Here's one I'll just move up just a little bit right into that gap. And check this out. If I want to adjust the stop loss, all I simply do is just click the line and drag it to the new level. Look at that. How sweet. And then I let go and boom, now I got my stop loss order working now at 12.04, and that's the profit I'd walk away with if my stop loss order gets hit. Guys, how simple is that, right? If you're a visual, I say this every week, if you're a visual trader like me, this is just great. And I'm going to drag my stop loss here to my break-even level. And I just, this is what I do. This is how I manage swing trades. I mean, again, this is the simulated account, but my real trading I do, I identify as a swing trader. I hold positions for several days, several weeks, several months if I'm lucky. And all I want to do is follow my stop losses up, trail my stop losses up behind the market, and let them do their thing. Let the stocks do their thing. All right. My YouTube screen has kind of chimped out, but I think you guys can still hear me, so it's all good, right? Yeah, I think I'm still good. All right, so I'm just going to quickly go through the rest of these, adjust any stops that need to be. I'm going to drag this one up a little bit more. And so guys, if you have a large portfolio of positions that you're managing with Brokerage Plus, I mean, look how easy it is just to move your stop loss orders. I mean, I'm a swing trader, and this is great for me. Now, if you're a hardcore intraday trader, great. I used to be one of those. I can relate. I don't do it anymore. But if you are, you have different challenges. But for swing traders, this is so easy to manage my stops, and I love it. Okay, all these rests are going to stick where they are. Okay, let's see. Pat, I see your question here. Sean, I'm new to trade ideas. I'm trying to understand how the buy-sell flags work. Will the Holy Grail 2.0 and Neo generate ideas for all the stocks that I pull up? No, Pat, that's not how it works. I'll pull up the Holly channels. So the way Holly works is the trade ideas that Holly fires off on an intraday basis. Those are trades that met the specific parameters of the algorithms that are composed of the AI this day, right? It's not going to, you can't just say, oh, I want to trade Tesla, and you pull up a Tesla chart and the AI is going to go and trade Tesla for you. It doesn't work that way. The only stocks that the AI trades, now the AI might trade Tesla, right? But it's only going to trade stocks that trigger its algorithms, okay? So, and that's good and bad. It's mostly good because you know what? The algorithm is finding opportunities in stocks that you might not have ever considered trading, right? It's going where the opportunity is. That's all the AI cares about. It has no emotion. It has no baggage. It has no favorites, right? It just goes where the opportunity is. And so today, it saw opportunity in these 7 stocks, CF, LVS, Citigroup, JCI, which is that Johnson Controls, Six Flags, EMR, that's Emerson Electric, TPR, Tapestry. These are the stocks it saw opportunities in. Now, it's had a rough day so far today. It's just been losing money today, but you know, that's how algorithms work. They don't make money every day or every week or every month. But these trades, when they were put on, the AI identified a possible edge. And you know what? The edge didn't work, and that's where risk management comes in place. And you'll notice if I look at like the moderate profit, every one of these losses are $100 or less. Because that's how much, at least on my screen, the AI is risking. Every trade the AI puts on has a stop loss level. Okay, we never want to take a large loss. Whether you're trading with an AI or any other strategy, you never want to take a big loss. Because once you start taking big losses, the math doesn't work. So the buy flags that you're speaking of, Pat, when you see... so the TPR did trade today. Okay, so I got a 5-minute chart up here. You see the blue arrow. That points to you where the alert happened. And this horizontal blue line shows you the price at which it bought. Terrible price in hindsight, right? Of course, we never could have known that at the time. Basically bought the top of that opening range. But if you pull up a chart of any stock that the AI traded today, you will see the blue arrow will point to where that alert happened. Okay. Now, if you're on a different, let's go to a different channel. Okay. If you have a different layout open and you click on a stock that shows up in one of your alert windows, okay, you will likely see, I don't know why I don't see it here, but you will likely see arrows that point to where the alerts happened. Not sure why this BNTX is not showing up here. But yeah, Pat, if you click on the charts of any of the stocks that the AI traded, it will show you on the chart where you got in or where the signal was. You'll also see where the profit target is and where the stop loss level is. So go back to TPR. Well, it's not going to show here. Oh yeah, it does. So you can see the AI entered here. You can see where the stop loss level was. We already hit it. We already got stopped out. Above here, it's off the map, but up above, where the top of this green cylinder is where the profit target would have been, or was. Okay, so what I think you are talking about here is, let's bring up a longer chart. I think what you're asking about are what are these little buy arrows, right? That say buy, and sometimes you'll see sell. All this is telling you, Pat, is this is telling you, this is showing you past AI entries. So if I hover my mouse over it, it says that on March 23rd, we had a buy signal. It was the breakout long strategy that signaled it, if that matters. But these are just showing you past entries for reference, okay? Now, if you're a swing trader, you might see those and be like, hey, that looked like a pretty good entry. But, you know, hindsight's 2020, right? Which, you know, I guess that brings up a point that I always like to make is the AI, let me go back to the AI channel for all you guys. The AI as currently constructed is built in service of day trading. Okay, so every trade that the Holly AI gets into today, it will close out no matter what, if not earlier, but certainly by the end of the trading day. The AI holds no trades overnight. It is built in service of day trading. Now, that being said, if you're a swing trader, as I am, you can use Holly signals trades as signals for swing trades. Why? Because the catalyst that got Holly into a trade could be anything, right? There's hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade. She might get into a trade because the stock made an all-time high, or the stock crossed a significant moving average, or there's an uptick of insider buying, or there was a 2 standard deviation move. I mean, there's, again, hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade, while she'll be triggered to get into a trade. Well, that catalyst, we call that a catalyst. That catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint that we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, if we're lucky, has the potential to move a stock for several days and several weeks. And I've seen that happen. In fact, every one of these trades here, if I bring up my Brokerage Plus window, my computer's working pretty slow today. Every one of these trades that you see, every one of these positions that I'm in my Brokerage Plus window, these were all Holly trades at one point. You can see the entry time column. You can see the dates and times that I got in. You'll notice I tend to enter the stocks all around the same time. Market closes for me at 2 p.m. I'm in the mountain time zone. So you'll notice I do all my trading, my swing trades in the last hour of the day. That's what works for me. And I do it in the last hour of the day, not because I've identified any specific edge. There's no edge to trading in the last hour of the day. It's just simply that once we get into the last hour of the day, I'm pretty confident that Holly's not going to get into any new trades. She rarely enters any new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she does, but rarely. So I have a complete picture of all the trades she's done today, and then I'll just start going through all the trades that she did and picking out the ones that I like the chart. I like them from a swing trading perspective, and then I'll get in. All right. So every one of these stocks were traded by Holly. Like if I click on just a random stock here, let's click on Riley. You'll notice here's the daily chart. You can see the little buy arrow pointed right here. So I got into the stock, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, and I got in on that day. And it hasn't really done a whole lot. I'm up a little bit of money, no big deal. But that's why I got into the stock. Now, do they all work out? No, of course not. And that's why we have stop losses in place. But I can tell you, I've been doing this swing trading using the AI signals for the last 3 years, and I could tell you it's worked out pretty damn well. Now, I could hear some of you smart asses out there saying, well, it's a bull market, you know? Of course you're making money buying long swing trades. And yes, you are absolutely right. A bull market helps. But you know what? If we're not in a bull market, then the signals from Holly, she's either going to enter a lot more short, but I'll also not like many of the chart patterns that are setting up for the long trade. So I'll probably trade a lot less in a bear market. In fact, I'll show you guys. I've built a custom layout right up here. See my channel bar here. I've got a custom layout up here, AI swings. You know what, guys, my computer is working really slow. I don't know what's going on here, so I apologize. I'm having a hard time clicking around. There we go. I use Amazon Web Services to run trade ideas on my Mac, and I don't know if the Amazon Web Services is having an issue today, but that was really slow. But anyway, here's my custom layout that I use, and I pull this up in the afternoon, like I said, and then the last hour. And I've got a window here that shows all of the AI trades that she's done today. Only the long trades. I'm only interested in the long trades. You'll see they're all long. I've got it filtered to only show me the long trades. And every day, end of the day, I'll just cycle through. And I'm looking for these charts here across the top. They're all the same stock, but they're different time frames. Monthly, weekly, daily, 5 minute. And I'm looking on the monthly and weekly charts for there to be an upward bias. Okay, I want charts to go from the bottom left to the upper right. And boy, I don't know what's going on with my charts here. I'm sure this is an issue just on my side. I doubt any of you are experiencing this slowness. This is surely my issue, but I apologize. But yeah, so I'm looking for stocks like this, right? Monthly chart, it's up and to the right. Weekly chart, up and to the right. These are stocks that I like to trade as a swing trade. Why? Because I want the wind in my sails. I don't want to fight the trend. I don't want to swim upstream. Okay. So if there's an upward bias and Holly has gotten into a trade, that's all the same I need. Why? Because Holly has an edge. She's identified an edge. And as traders, and I say this every week, guys, as traders, if we can identify an edge that even if it's just a slight edge of in poker parlance, right? A 51-49 edge, right? It's a small edge, but you know what? If I have that edge and I execute against it hundreds of times, thousands of times over time, I will make money. Now, I'm not saying the Holly edge is 51-49. It might be 60-40. It might be 75-25. I don't know. We've never done the math, but there is an edge. I've seen it. And if I could combine that edge with a monthly and weekly chart that's trending in the right direction, then I'm feeling pretty good about my opportunities. Hi, India. How do you set a $200 stop loss for each trade? Okay, I'm assuming you're talking about Holly trades if you're auto trading Holly. Is that correct? Assuming you are, in your Brokerage Plus window here, you're going to go to the Holly AI tab. You're going to click this tab here. Of course, again, my system is hanging. There we go. All right, so here's the Holly AI tab. You'll notice a column I've got them all off. I'm not auto trading Holly intraday. I could if I wanted, but I don't want to. But what I would want to do then is before I turn these on to trade, I will want to select these strategies. I'll select all the long ones first because I don't know why they make us do this twice, but I have to do it for the long strategies and separately for the short strategies. So let's select all the long strategies. I'll right click here and I will select edit long trading strategies. Oh, there we go. Edit long trading, edit long trading instructions. All right, so that's when after I right clicked. And then I will go here and here's like a position sizing based on stop loss. Okay. Now I can set the number here. I've currently got it set to $100, but I can set it to 200. And that's how it would be done. Now I see, India, you're asking about my strategy. It's basically the same way. Let's go here. Boy. So let me go to my strategies tab. So India was not asking about Holly AI. It's going to be a similar process though. So if you go to your strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, and this is where you have any custom strategies that you use. I've got two. I got a swing trade buy and swing trade short. Limit the risk to $200 per trade, as India was asking. I just right click on this strategy and I'm going to choose edit long trading instructions. When it comes up, there we go. Or edit trading strategy, that's it. Edit trading strategy, click on that. Boy, if this doesn't correct itself, guys, I might have to restart or something. This is not working well. All right, so here's my trading strategy. I got 5 tabs. Right here in the risk management tab is where I start, okay? Because there's kind of 2 steps here. You want to choose how, where you have a stop, okay? Because the stop is important. Okay, so how am I doing my stop? Stop loss is 5% away from my entry price. Now you can use a fixed dollar amount. Yeah, you can do a fixed dollars or percentage. Filter's a little complicated. We won't get into that. That's the next level stuff. But dollars, just if you did dollars, you just say I want all my stops to be $1 away or $1.50 away, right? I wouldn't recommend that because a $1 stop in Amazon is a lot different than a $1 stop in a $20 stock, right? So I use percent. So for me, I use a 5% stop loss. You could use whatever you want, right? You could use 10, 20, I mean, whatever makes sense for you, but I've got it set to 5. And so that's where my stop loss is going to be. Once I've got that established, then I go to the order details tab, and this is where I can set how much I'm willing to risk. So my position sizing, I have it set based on stop loss, and I set it to 200. So that means if my stop loss level were to get hit, which in this case is away, then my position will lose me approximately $200 of my trading capital. And away, then my position will lose me approximately $200 of my trading capital. Okay, that's based on stop loss. Now you can do position sizing other ways too. You can do it, you can do a fixed share size, right? You can do fixed shares and have it set to 100 share lots or 500 share lots or 1,000 share lots. You could do that. I don't recommend it. You could also do fixed dollars where you set fixed dollars and you say, okay, set it 5,000. And what that's going to do is it's just going to buy you $5,000 worth of stock, however many shares that buys, right? It'll be different for every stock depending on what price it is, but you can set that. But for me, I like based on stop loss because I like to keep my risk in every trade the same. So every trade that I put on, if my stop gets hit, I know I'm going to lose $200, and that's cool with me. I like that. So India, I hope that answers your question. Boy, I don't know what's going on here with my screen. This is pretty frustrating. Okay, let's close this out. Pat, okay, so let me catch up here on the questions. Hey Sean, how do I set up TI to find those stocks that have multi-time frame alignment? So basically you're looking for stocks that are up on their monthly chart, up on their weekly chart, up on their daily chart, up on a 5-minute chart, that kind of thing. Well, you could do what I've done. You could just create 4 different charts, different time frames, and then you visualize it. I mean, I don't know if that's what you're asking, or if you're looking for a top list that will show you stocks that are above certain moving averages. I don't know. Add some more color to that for me, and we'll work through it. So Joe, you're asking if you have a position. Well, I'm going to make some assumptions here, Joe. Joe says, is there a way to put a stop at the bottom of the previous 15-minute candle? You can. It's not going to be automatic. You can do it manually. The way you would do it is, like, let's see, I got a chart right up here, right? So this is a 5-minute chart. Let's change the time frame to a 15-minute chart. So and let's zoom in a little bit if I can here. Okay, so Joe, if you're saying, okay, I want to put a stop below the previous 15-minute candle, so that would be right here, and the stop would be right around a 111. If I wanted to add a stop, all you would do here is you right-click. No, I'm sorry, you don't do that. I'm making the assumption that you're already in this position. So you find your position in your blotter. Here it is, CRI, okay? And then you right-click on the position and choose, well, I already have a stop-loss order rolling, so for me it says modify. But if I didn't have an existing order, I would just choose add stop order, and then you'd be able to enter exact price, and you could put your price in this case, I think we wanted like a 111.25, okay? I think I could just type here 111. Oops. I would just manually put it in. Okay. That's the way you would do that, Joe. So just find the position in your blotter, right click on it, and choose, add stop order. Okay, Pat, so what was that question again? All right, I think I'm caught up, guys. Sorry, I feel like I'm just having some computer issues here, so I'm a little out of sorts, and I apologize. But doing my best. But I see a bunch of people have joined since I first started at the top of the hour, so I just kind of want to refresh for those who joined late. This is the live Q&A, so this is a chance for you to get your software questions answered. So any questions you have about the software, I'll do my best to answer them and hopefully walk you through them. If you've joined late, I seem to be having some computer issues with my Amazon Web Services. The rest of my computer is working just fine, but my Amazon Web Services, which is feeding the screen that you guys are seeing on YouTube right now, that seems to be running slow. Because many of you have probably observed that if you're a Mac user, Trade Ideas does not have a native Macintosh or Mac app for Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is built on Windows software, but for those who are Mac users, you can use Amazon Web Spaces to run a virtual Windows machine on your Mac, which is what I'm doing. And 99.9% of the time, it works fantastic. But for some reason, today it's not working. Or it's not working well. It's working, it's just not working well. So Pat, I don't know of any existing top lists that you might be referring to, but we can certainly build one. It'll show you stocks that is up on many time frames. If I go up to my TI menu bar up here and click New, and then choose Top List window, this brings up my config. I'm going to hit Start from Scratch, And if I go to the search tab, and this will be instructive for all of you, especially if you're new here. Search tab is where all the magic happens. This is where you can find every filter that exists within Trade Ideas. There's hundreds of them. Certainly don't expect you to hunt and peck for what you need. What you would rather do is just use the search terms box. And so what comes to mind for me, Pat, I'm going to use a simple moving average. So what I can do here, and I'm sure there's many different ways to skin the cat, and that's something everyone will learn with Trade Ideas, is that just takes some experimentation and tinkering to get what you need. But I am going to choose a variety of SMAs. So I'm going to start with a 10-period SMA. SMA stands for simple moving average. I'm going to add that filter, and here it is at the bottom. By the way, when I click that filter, it moves me over a tab to the Windows-specific filters tab. And I'm going to type in 0.01. All that means is it's going to only show me stocks that are at least 0.01% above their 10-period moving average. I'm going to hit hide unused to clean this up. So there we go. That's the only filter I got going right now. Stock is above its 10-day simple moving average. Now, I'm going to do multiple time frames. So I'm going to also do a 20. Okay, add filter. I'm just going to keep repeating this process. I'm going to get repetitive here. But once I add that in, then I simply go back to the search tab, just click the search tab and just find the next one. 50-day, add filter, on and on and on. I think there's maybe just one more actually. The 200-day, there we go. Change from 200-day, add that filter. And so this might not be the perfect answer for you, Pat, but what this is going to do is once I launch this window, actually, no, before I launch it, let's go to the columns and make sure I got all the data that I want to see. So I want to make sure I got, these are the columns that will show up once the stock is active. So I'm going to go ahead and hit OK and launch this window. And we're going to see a top list. This is going to show us all stocks that are, these are the only stocks that are currently above all 5 of those moving averages. So it's above the 10, above the 20, above the 50, above the 200-day. So check this out. Let's click on one of these charts and let's see what they look like. Let's hit the one on top. PPRO. Okay, well, look, this is a penny stock. Terrible example. Sorry I saw that. You know what? In fact, let's do this. I'm going to change the configuration here. I'm going to add a price filter. Right there, price, add filter. I don't know how you guys are, but I don't like to trade stocks below 10 bucks a share. That's just my preference. I'm not judging. I'm just saying what I do. So there we go. Okay, here's some better stocks for me to show some examples of. So here's RHE. Monthly chart up and to the right, weekly up and to the right, daily certainly breaking out, and the 15-minute chart breaking out. So this is showing you stocks that have the wind in their sails, to use your term, or was that my term? I think I said that earlier. So there you go. Okay, folks, who's got some more questions? Let's see what you got. And if you're sitting on a question, guys, don't feel like, if you're new here, you're afraid to ask a newbie question. Please ask it, because I promise you there's 77 people logged in here watching the stream right now. There's going to be somebody who will benefit from the answer to whatever your question is. Okay? I promise. So just don't be shy. Meantime, I'm trying to make a trade over here, my other side. So I'll do that while I wait for some questions to come in. There we go. Got me a fill. Sorry, you guys aren't seeing it. I'm doing it on a different monitor. I do not do my live trading through Brokerage Plus because I am primarily an options trader these days. I've traded stocks, believe me, I've traded more stocks than I care to remember. I've traded more volume than I care to remember. I've been trading since 1998. And I started as a very, very active day trader, trading hundreds of thousands of shares a day. I wish I could have all those commissions back. Paid a lot of commissions back in the day. Back when commissions were significantly more expensive than they are today. Joseph, I'm agnostic when it comes to my options trading. It depends on the opportunity. It depends on the volatility. If I'm making a directional bet and the volatility is high, then I'm probably doing some kind of credit spread to express my directional bias. If the volatility is low, then I'm probably buying straight options or buying some kind of debit spread. But it's a case by case basis. Did I buy a bull put spread on Pinterest? No, I did not. I have no position on in Pinterest. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I've got no position here. Yes, Joe. I execute, actually have brokerage accounts at both Thinkorswim and Tastyworks. I have them broken out because I'm running two different strategies, and I like to separate church and state. So my Tastyworks platform is handling most of my directional trades, and my Thinkorswim platform is handling most of my delta neutral. Actually, it's not delta neutral, but credit spread trading that I do on the SPX. So I have both, and I'm happy with both. Both are great platforms, but they serve different purposes. Joseph, there are a lot of disciples out there that believe, especially if you're a Tasty Trade follower, which all those guys over there are all friends of mine. I know Tom and Tony and pretty much everybody on the team there. They've come from the church of selling premium, and hey, look, it works. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm much more agnostic. I don't think it's better to be one or the other. It's just what's better is what's best what's best is what best works for you. I mean that's the answer that nobody likes to hear, but it's the answer. Yes, all the people over at Tasty Trade are wonderful people. They are doing, I'm not a religious person, but they are doing God's work out there, teaching people how to trade options. Now, this is not an options webinar here, guys, so I don't want to go down an options rabbit hole. But if you do want to learn about options trading, the fine folks at Tasty Trade do a really great job of teaching people how to trade options. So folks, we have about 20 minutes left here of the live Q&A. This is your chance to ask questions of the platform, and I'll just give you a little programming note. We do this every trading day, Monday through Friday, at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And we have a different person every day. I usually do Mondays. Steve Gomez usually does Tuesdays. Michael Noss usually does Wednesdays. Jamie Hodge is our man on Thursday. And Andy Lindloff cleans us up on Fridays. And sometimes Chris Varley comes in and helps out. Sometimes as the world gets back to normal, many of us will be traveling for various reasons or going on vacation. So sometimes the schedule mixes up. But the point is every trading day, noon Eastern, we got different voice on, different perspective, different ideas. So if you got the time, if you got the bandwidth, come hang out. You might learn something new. Jeff, I don't have anything on trade ideas that I use specifically for option scanning. We don't have the data on trade ideas. Trade ideas does not have options tools. I mean, basically, I'll show it to you here. If I create a topless window, I'll show you the entirety of our options data. It's not a lot. If I type in options, you'll see it right here. This is the entirety of the options data that we have. This is all centered around total volumes. You're not going to get any strike-specific data, any expiration-specific data, any volatility data, any spreads data, none of that stuff, okay? This is a platform that is built for stock traders. Now, that said, depending on how you trade options, if you're a directional options trader, let's just keep it simple here. Let's say when you're bullish, you like to buy calls, and when you're bearish, you like to buy puts. You would pretty much use trade ideas the same as everybody else, or the same as a stock trader, right? Trade ideas will give you the signals of stocks that are on the move, and then you can go and trade options. Now, one thing I would recommend, if that's what you're going to be doing, when you're building your top list, let's go back to the options data again. Just do this one little thing here. Go to the options volume filter, add this filter, and just set this minimum to 1. Okay? That way, your top lists or your alert windows are going to only show you stocks that actually have options on them. Because as you probably know, if you're an options trader, not every stock has listed options. And so you don't want your windows cluttered with stocks you can't trade, right? So use the options volume filter, set a minimum of 1, and then you're good. Then you'll know every stock that you see in your windows, in your top list, your alert windows, they will be stocks that have options. Now, they might not have very liquid options. That's another conversation. But at least you know you can trade it. But I mean, just to kind of complete that thought for you, Jeff. I mean, look, my favorite trades in the whole wide world is I like to go long on stocks that are making all-time highs. Now, those aren't the only trades that I make, but those are my favorite trades to make. I know there's some people that don't like to buy, they think they're buying the top. Well, look, if a stock's going to go from $10 to $100, it's going to have a lot of stops in between, right? It's going to go from 10 to 11, from 11 to 12, from 12 to 13. So I love to buy stocks at all-time highs because there's no overhead resistance. There's no underwater bag holders looking to sell, looking to get back to even and sell. There's nobody. Anybody who's a holder of stock is making money when a stock's at an all-time high. So there's no theoretically, there's no overhead resistance. So I love to buy all-time highs, and especially if the volatility is low, I love to just buy straight calls on stocks making all-time highs. So Jeff, it's a roundabout answer to your question. I've got right here on my window, on my layout, I got an all-time highs alert window right here. So I love to pick off stocks from here and put on directional bets with options. I don't trade every single one that comes through, but at least it alerts me to stocks making all-time highs, and then I'll look at the chart and see if I like it. Muhammad, I don't believe there is a out-of-the-box scan for bull bear flags or wedge patterns, but let's be doubly sure. Let me create an alert window here. If I go to search, and if I go in this category here, I can go to geometric patterns, and let's just see. We have a few here, but I don't see a flag or wedge. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think we did. I mean, these triangles might give you something to what you're looking for. Now, look, this doesn't mean you can't accomplish this with trade ideas. You absolutely can. But it's going to come down to experimentation with the right mix of filters and alerts to get you what you need. Okay, but I don't believe there's anything out of the box. And look, and that kind of makes sense, Mohammed, because what looks like a flag to me might not look like a flag to you. It's a very subjective concept, right? Wedges and flags are in the eye of the beholder. Depends on your time frame, right? Are you on 1 minute candles? Are you on 20-minute candles? Are you on daily candles? I mean, there's so many variables. It's going to be different for everybody. So there's really no one way to create an out-of-the-box solution that's going to please everybody. All right, folks. We got about 15 minutes left together, and when I'm done, I'll pass this room back to Barry in the live trading room, and he'll take you into the close. Have you guys been checking out this Strength Alerts channel? So for those of you who are Trade Ideas subscribers, whether doesn't matter what subscription you have, your standard or premium doesn't matter, you have access to the Strength Alerts. When you bring up the channel, you'll see the email right here. This is the email that goes out. There are people who do not subscribe to Trade Ideas software, but they can subscribe to the newsletters, a standalone $17 a month subscription. And this is the same newsletter that they get in their email every week. And it shows you all, it gives you all the stocks. There's 5 stocks, gives you the rationale into why they got into the trade. It gives you some charts and some technicals to look at. And then once you've consumed this, you can just X out of it and close it out. And then you just have the layout here. And these are the 5 stocks, this top list right here. These are the 5 stocks that are been alerted this week. This updates every weekend. So you'll have the stocks ready to go on Monday morning. And guys, if you're a swing trader and you got limited bandwidth to trade, maybe you have a full-time job or you just don't want to sit and stare at your screen all day watching every tick of the market, the TI Strengths might be something that you would love, because all this really is, guys, it's so simple. On Monday morning, you buy all 5 of these stocks at the opening print, and you hold them all week. You don't do anything. You hold them all week. And then the next Monday, you close all 5 stocks at the open and buy the next new 5 stocks that are published next week. And the performance, this has been back tested and forward tested over the last 4 years. My man Michael Noss has put this together, and the results are phenomenal. I mean, especially for the amount of work that you're putting in, the risk reward, or no, that's not the right thing, but the return for the effort cannot be matched. Cannot be matched. I'm going to put a link. If you guys want to learn more about it here, I'll put a link in. Let me find it here. Okay, here's the link. TI Strength. If you go to this link here, you'll see the performance. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, guys, even if you have just like $1,000 in like a Robinhood account, just do these stocks. I mean, man, the performance has just been unbelievable. Okay, Sean, what's the best way to get an alert from the AI as they come up? Sound or windows popping up? So the best way, and the only way really to get an alert when an AI signal has happened, is you have to be on an AI channel, okay? So when you're on an AI channel, you will be alerted in one of 2 ways. In this window here, this is all the trades. These are the open trades. These are trades that she's currently in. And this window here is all the closed trades. When a new trade pops in here in the alert trade window, you will see it. It will visually appear here in this screen. It'll be highlighted in yellow for about 20 seconds. You'll see it. You'll also get an audio alert. A little bell will go off, a little bing, or whatever. You could customize the sound. And if you want to customize those sounds, you just right click anywhere in this window. You go to Actions. And see, I've got play sound activated. If you're not hearing sounds, make sure you have that activated right there. And then I could go into the setup sound and choose the different system sounds here, or I could use a custom sound going into this menu here, and I'll find like Mad Money stuff, different little sounds. So that's how you would set those up, but you have to be on the page, Pat. And I think I know where you're going with this. You want to have some kind of like, text alert or something when you're not on a Holly channel. Believe me, I feel you. I don't know why we don't have that, but no, you have to be on a Holly channel to see and hear the alert in real time. If you want it in real time, you have to be on the channel. So I'm just on the Holly Grail channel, but if you go to if you're trading all the Hollies, if you're trading all 3 channels, which basically, for those of you who don't know, Holly Grail is like the original Holly Grail. And Holly 2.0 is a more aggressive version of Holly Grail. And then the Holly Neo just trades the same 4 strategies every day, which these 2 channels have done no trades today, which is strange. But if there were multiple trades happening in all these channels, you could just go to the Omni AI channel, and this will show you all trades across all channels in one place, okay? But you got to be on the channel to hear the alerts and see the alerts. No, Pat, you can't have all 3 channels open at the same time, but you can be on the Omni channel, and that will show you all the trades in one place. Or what you can do, maybe you got your own layout. Okay, so let me go to a different layout. If you have your own layout but you want to be alerted when Holly makes any kind of trade, do this. This is actually better. I'm going to remove my Brokerage Plus window for a sec. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my TI menu bar and hit New and choose Holly AI Holly Strategy Trades window, and I'm going to launch it, and here it is. And if I go into my Strategies tab, All Strategies, I got it set to All Strategies. So these are all the strategies that are active today. So across all channels, I will see them right in here. So I could just have this little window here on my own custom layout, and then I'm good to go that way too. And guys, whenever you make any kind of change to a custom layout, just make sure you save it. Otherwise, it won't be there next time you come back. So just go to File, Save Layout, and follow the steps, and you'll save it. All right, Pat, looks like you got the answers you needed. That's good. All right, guys, so we got about a little less than 10 minutes here, or about 10 minutes. So I'm going to issue my last call. For someone who hasn't asked any questions yet, now's your chance. Okay, I see a couple of questions here. Yes, Avery, this is also on channel bar, correct? Yes, yes, that's where you find these channels, on the channel bar. Hi, Vic is asking, is it possible to enter a stop loss and the buy order at the same time? Yes. So I'm going to go to my strategies tab here in Brokerage Plus, and I've got a strategy here called Swing Trade Buys. Okay. And this is what I do for manual trading. And I've got it set so that when I put a trade on, it will calculate the shares so that, well, first of all, it's going to tell me where my stop loss is. It's going to calculate the share size so that I risk, the amount of money I'm willing to risk up front. And it's going to put the stop loss order in all simultaneously. Okay, Vic? So check this out. I'm going to put a trade on here just for example. Let's say I'm going to buy the DIA, right? So watch this. I'm going to right click because I already have this swing trade buy strategy set up. So if I right click and choose trade DIA and buy using swing trade buys, boom, it just got me into a trade. And you can see my closing order, my stop loss order is already working at 324 and 44 cents. So you can see if I go to my executions tab, you'll see I bought the DIA, right? I bought 12 shares at 341.52. And let's go back to that chart. We lost the chart. But when we're on that chart, you can see my stop loss order is now working. Okay? So how did I get that? Well, I've got my strategy set up. So let me right click in here, edit trading strategy. And I kind of went through this earlier before, so I apologize for those of you who already saw this. But I got 5 tabs here to set up my trading strategies. But the 2 most important ones here are the order details and risk management. So I chose, for any trade that I get into, I chose to have a stop loss. I don't have to have a stop loss. I could choose none, right? And just get into a trade and then manage it manually from there. But I did choose to have a percentage stop loss automatically created for me. My stop loss will be 5% away, okay? There's anything magical about being 5% away. That's just a number I like as a swing trader. That gives me room. So I want the stop loss to be 5% away. And once I've got that set up, then I go to the order details page. And for my position sizing, I have it based on my stop loss. And I'm risking $200 of my capital. So if my stop loss gets hit, I'm going to lose approximately $200. Okay? Who was that? That was Vic that asked that question. Vic, I hope that helped. If not, let me know. We'll try to get into it more. Brian asks, I have a $2,000 account. Would you put equal amounts in each strength alert? Yes, I would. Well, I mean, look, you can do it any way you want. But the back-tested results that we have and that you see displayed, if you went to that link above, that is based on equally weighting each position. Okay. Now, how much of that full account you want to allocate to each stock is up to you. But those results are based on equally weighted. So if I were investing the whole account, it'd basically be $400 invested in each stock. Okay. Looks like Vic's good. All right. Thank you. So Brian, let me know if you have any more questions about TI strength. We're pretty excited about that. That's our newest thing we rolled out, I don't know, what, a month ago now? It's pretty cool. You're welcome. You're welcome, Brian. All right, we're hitting into the home stretch here. I got 5 minutes left with you guys, and then, like I said, I'm going to pass it back to Barry, and Barry will take you home. If you guys tuned in here specifically for the live Q&A, and this is your first time here, bookmark this link. You can come into this link, this YouTube link, anytime during live trading hours. Basically 9 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern, and we will be live here on this channel. We simulcast the live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. That's here all the time. We just interrupt him for a little bit in the middle to do this live Q&A. All right, Pat, throw your last question at me. Let's see it. I'm here. Correct. The Strength Alerts channel gets reset every Monday. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what time it refreshes, but it'll be set before the market opens, before the opening bell on Monday for sure. I think it probably gets reset on Sunday night. I don't know the exact time, but the newsletter goes out Monday morning before the market opens, and so you'll be ready to go with the new picks for the week. Now, the picks are based on a proprietary algorithm that they explain a little bit in that link above that we shared. If it got lost, I'll put it back here for you guys. TI Strength. You can learn more about it there. And for some reason I can't type. There it is, TI Strength. Now, if you guys are all, assuming most of you here are already Trade Ideas subscribers to software, you don't need to sign up for the TI Strength newsletter. You don't need to pay for it. You get it already. It's already included in your software. All you need to do is just go to your Strength Alerts channel right here, and you'll see all the data. The welcome screen here will have, this is the newsletter. This is the newsletter that the subscribers that are paying $17 a month for. This is the exact same thing that they see. So you'll have the whole thing. So don't, if you go to that link, don't sign up for it, because if you're already a Trade Ideas subscriber, you don't need to. But for those of you who are not Trade Ideas software subscribers, then you can sign up for the Strength Alerts, and you will get that newsletter sent to you every Monday morning before the market opens. Vic, what's my absolute favorite feature in TI? My favorite feature is a top list. Why? Because I can set my parameters of what are most important to me for finding opportunities, and have the software do all the heavy lifting for me of sifting through thousands of charts to find the handful of names that meet my specific parameters. There's 8,000 publicly traded securities in North America that Trade Ideas trades or that has access to. Well, I can't possibly keep up to the minute on all 8,000 stocks, which just ain't going to happen. But I can leverage the power of a top list in Trade Ideas to filter out all the stocks that I'm definitely not interested in trading for one reason or another, and only see the 5, 10, 20, whatever stocks that specifically meet my parameters. That is incredibly powerful if you're leveraging it in the way that is meaningful to you. So if I had to pick one thing that I couldn't live without on Trade Ideas, that would be it. A top list. Top lists are they're simple, yet very, very powerful. You know what that reminds me? I need to go back to that DIA position I opened up earlier. I don't want to be in that position. I'm going to close that thing. And look how easy it is to close a trade in your brokerage plus window. If you're manually trading stuff, if I want to exit a position, I just highlight it, and then I hit this flatten button right up here. Flatten, boom, that got me out of the trade. If I go to my executions tab, I'll see it. There it is. It's highlighted in yellow. It just sold. Hey, I made a little money. I made 4 cents on that little demo I gave you guys. This is simulated trading, so let's not get carried away. It's not real money, but I made 4 cents. All right. All right, folks, I think we have run out of steam here. So, very last call for a quick question if anybody has one. In the meantime, I'm going to find Barry and get him ready to go. So, folks, like I said, we do these every trading day. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Come on back anytime. Any extra steps to connect E-Trade to Brokerage Plus? I mean, no different than connecting Interactive Brokers, if that's what you're asking. Oh, then what you need to do, Nello, is you need to upgrade to the latest software. You're running an older version of our software. Okay, so go to our downloads page. Just go to trade-ideas.com and find the download page and download the latest beta version. That's what you're going to want. Okay, and then you'll see the E-Trade option in there. Okay, folks, it's been a pleasure talking with you today. Thanks for all the great questions. Barry is locked and loaded, so I'm going to pass the room back to him. You guys have a great trading week, and I'll talk to you again next week. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, I still don't even see any news for the RHE. It had a big day on Friday and Thursday, actually Wednesday and Friday. I don't see any news on it today, other than just the fact that it's got such a low float, 1.5 million in the float. All right, Ija, you're my go-to man. Can you hear me? Or woman? Test, test, test. Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I mean, it's OCGN. I mean, it still, in theory, has room. I mean, what a great break. $20 or I'm sorry, $19 or so is the next high looking left on the monthly chart for OCGN. Could be really interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Takes this out, look out. I mean, there's no real stopping it. Oh, right, RHE. Okay, sorry, it's an Amex. Amex. Okay. So I was told, forget looking about news when it's an Amex stock. It just is. All right, guys, so the VIRX is getting, somewhat more and more interesting to me. The longer it reminds me, not quite as dynamic, of course, as the SY, but it reminds me a little bit like the SY. If the longer it holds underneath 11, and the next low looking left is way down here, so there's a lot of room, about $1.40 or so to that next low looking left. So that's why I'm interested in it as a short. Meanwhile, OCGN, I mean, this is definitely a case, though, you had to read the news, you had to read the press release this morning and why it's so active. This will be really interesting after hours, guys. I would watch this one, OCGN. I would watch it into the close, see if it closes near the highs. And, if it does, I would watch this one after hours and see if it just keeps motoring. And I'm talking about the OCGN. Oh, I'm sure it'll pull back at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow, or nothing goes up constantly, but when? Yeah, that was a rhetorical question, Ajit. You don't know, I don't know, nobody knows. It may happen when you think, it may not. Well, guys, I'm just waiting to see if this wants to break down. It's not that dynamic. I mean, I'm looking at the time and sales. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm just waiting to see if this VIRX wants to really break down. Well, if you're asking where it could go, I mean, its all-time high is back here, right? So the all-time high is 1577. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the all-time high. You can tell right there. Look at that position in lifetime range. Little bit of white that is showing. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So I'm in this VIRX. It's a little bit spready right now. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. I have to really watch it, see if it can really start to. I'm not expecting that much. I don't know. I don't think it's that dynamic, but I mean, 1020 is down here, so we'll see. Well, guys, look at this. I mean, the market is, or is this stuck? Is my Dow stuck here? I wonder if that is stuck. I can't tell anymore. But all I'm saying is that there were really only a couple that are as a gap down and reverse on the positive side. In fact, I think only one, the ISNS. Not that that really worked, but everything is on the gap down and go, or gap up and reverse. What scanner? Well, I had it in my watch list right there, 9:45. A delay. I put a delay, so there it was at 9:45, 11:76. So from my watch list, that was the alert. But other scanners, I mean, it's up 100%. So there would have been other scanners for sure. But that's where I saw it first. All right, well, come on, inch down a little bit. I don't like this spread. I hope the spread catches up a little bit, or the ask catches up to the bid. Yeah, it's ugly. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Just trying to see if there's anything. I have some thumbnail charts, just kind of keeping an eye on them to see if there's any interesting movement. I don't really see any. Oh man, this was what a short this was. The VXRT. What a short that this was that I'm not in. All right, for the wild and woolly ones, keep an eye on the BTX, guys. It is starting to try. It's coming back. BTX has hit $80 when the market opened. Nope, we don't have an earnings date. So usually that means it's at least 35 days out for LAZR. Usually that means at least 35 days out. It looks like it had earnings in March 18th. Okay, so it's not going to be for a while. So 30 days out or 30, it's more than 30 days on either side. So yeah, so June 23rd. So yeah, so it's a while to go. All right, VIRX starting to drift down just a little bit here. Do I remember if it was in the pre-market gapper scan? I don't remember, but let me just see because I froze it. No, it wasn't in the, but I 100%, it would have been in the pre-market actives, but it wasn't a gap. It wasn't part of the gap scan. The reason being is that it didn't move until the market opened. Okay, so it's very possible. I mean, where did it close on Friday? 797. Yeah, so it would have shown up. It would have shown up on in the pre-market actives for sure, but it didn't do anything until the market opened, really. Well, PRPO definitely showed up here earlier. It showed up here at 9:35, 249. That was the initial alert, basic new highs and lows. And again, nothing happened in the pre-market. You know, there's the can there. I mean, nothing happened in the pre-market for it, so you had no clue this was going to happen. Okay, boys, keep it off topic, please. Keep it off topic, okay? Oh, I have no idea, Ajit. I don't place. I'm because I don't trade that much in terms of the number of trades. I know I say this all the time, but because I don't have that many trades open at the same time, I'm able to keep track of the trades. Okay, so I don't place hard stops. I have a mental stop. I know where I'm getting out. Okay, if I'm going to leave my computer, sure, I'll put it in. But other than that, I have no idea. Well, I had a little scalp on this one, but I may. I may got down to 1056, but the spread wasn't great. I'm still waiting on it. The VIRX. Just a minute. No, I know. Ah, okay. Well, guys, I mean, I don't have very much left, but I mean, I have enough left that if it got down to nine or eight, down to eight, I'd be pretty happy. The SY. Oh, Carlos, I really don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't look. I mean, the only news I look at. I mean, we have some news here, okay. But to be honest, I just pay attention to my news headlines and Interactive Brokers. I don't go outside of it. So I'm the wrong person to ask. No idea. I mean, there are some paid news services, you know, that you'll pay $100, $200 a month for. I mean, I guess. But if you're looking for something free, I have no idea. I just use my Interactive Brokers. It's pretty good. And I don't care that much about getting like really in depth on the news. I just want to have a headline. a brief synopsis, and then I move on. Well, OCGN, I mean, it had all sorts of news this morning. Yeah, all sorts of news. I mean, most of the news comes out, before the market opens. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, I bet you there are a lot of news services that would have that OCGN news. You guys are talking about that star bulk moving down. Not that much, though. I thought it was really moving down. But yeah, I mean, it's from 2139. I guess that's pretty good. Well, guys, all I can say is sometimes boring is good. All right. Maybe this is not the most exciting trade in the world, the SY short, but boy, boring can be just fine. I think you meant dries, right, William? Well, I'll take a move from 987. I'm out some down to 885 any day. I mean, there's almost $1 on a $9 stock. All right, guys. Well, I am not getting too many new alerts. So, PJ, do you actually add then the put call ratio somewhere? Or are you relying on your broker? And if you're like, why wouldn't you just use the put call ratio that we have? Okay. Yeah, right here. Just right click on an alert window. Okay. Configure. Configure and then search and type in options. All right, so here it is. There's the put call ratio. So for instance, well, I guess you'd have to put 008. That would be the ratio, 008. Just divide 120 into 1. You're probably not going to get too many. But if you're really looking for what 0.008. Yeah. So, I wouldn't start off. I wouldn't start there. I mean, you might get the most extraordinary one, as PJ was saying. It's just an example. So there you go. 10 to 1 is a lot. So 0.1. Just for fun, let's create a new top list window. I think this is working against me, guys. I might have to turf this one, the VIRX. Just give me a moment here. What are I always doing? New top list window. Give me a moment, just putting this together. Just looking to see if there's anything interesting. Yeah, so if you take the put call and then you just sort on the column, you'll see the ones that are the highest. You guys can play around with this if you want. I've never actually looked at doing something like that, but you can play around with it if you want. I'm really interested to see what happens with the VXRT tomorrow. See if it has a big rebound. Yeah, I mean it is just getting trashed right now. On call it earnings, but you know the way I look at these is that it really shouldn't matter that much, whatever their earnings are. I mean this is all about future and it's a virus play, etc. But it doesn't really matter what I think. I mean, this is just getting hit hard. All right, guys. So there is a development meeting, the monthly one, and I usually attend at 2. So I'll probably be heading out there for a while. Again, I'm just really checking some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor just to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Not really seeing too much. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I want to answer some emails, so nothing's really shaking for me right now. All right, so William, how did that custom formula work out? You asked to see if you got any. Well, you'll get results for sure. Okay. You don't like the results. Yeah, I didn't, I had to not bite my tongue, but what you might want to do, what are you trying to accomplish here? Are you trying to accomplish things that are less than the typical ATR or more than the typical ATR? Because there's a filter that you may not be aware of that I can show you. So you already saw that. So you didn't like that one? Oh, okay. So coupled. So using. So you're talking about this one, right? You are talking about. You're talking about the change from the open to percent of the average true range. You're talking about that one. Okay. So coupled with the Bollinger Band, didn't help. Oh, just look at this, guys. Look at this utter collapse of VXRT now. I mean, the next low looking left, I mean, it's what 776. Here's the 200 day. Who'd have thought that would, I almost took this one in the pre-market. I traded it right around here after hours on Friday, got out of it, was waiting to see what would happen this morning. When it was basically at the after hours high on Friday, I thought, okay, this has a real chance. Wow. Almost doesn't count. I'm so glad in this case, yes. Well, I think it may have. I think it may have popped this morning or today had it not announced earnings today. I really do believe that. But I'm still surprised by this earnings reaction. I mean, I know William said something about pipelines and all that, but I mean, normally these little ones, I mean, they're not. People aren't looking for earnings, anything spectacular. Now, I didn't read what they said. I have no idea what they said. Yeah, I don't think that's just profit taking. That's more than profit taking, in my opinion. It's my opinion. Exactly, William. Well, there were earlier for sure. I think as we're seeing some covering, they'll probably come back. But there definitely were. I looked at it, but I just decided not to for whatever reason. PRPO. Yeah, keep an eye on this one, guys. The PRPO. I mean, it may, especially if it can get back up to that 4 level. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 405. So it took out those highs right there. And what's the high looking left on that weekly is 424. I mean, you can just see that if it can get back over 4, I'd be watching this one after hours. I don't know if they had any specific. Yeah, so it announced it. Yeah, okay. So this is the one with the rapid antibody test, okay, on Amazon's business platform. So it's a virus play. I mean, just keep an eye on it after hours. If it closes near the high and then, you start to see some action after hours, this could really rip. Could really rip. Okay, so Jason, just take your strategy that you want to flip. Just duplicate the window. So if I wanted to, these are basic new highs. So if I duplicate the window, and then I right-click, right-click, configure, and then flip. So what can be flipped will flip. So let's just take what could be flipped here. Obviously, a new high will be flipped to a new low. Price was up at least 4% from the open, so that'll be down at least 4% from the open. So those are the only two that can be flipped. Right? So if I flip it, this is what I mean. See how now it says new low and down at least 4% from the open. So duplicate your window first. Duplicate the window first. And once you've duplicated it, and then file, configure, flip. And then probably want to give it a new name, the fact that if I had done that, I would now be basic new lows. Okay, does that make sense? Yes, no, did that make sense, Jason? Just want to make sure you understand what I did. Okay, great. Hey, Mr. Real. All right, guys. SY, 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 keeping moving down just a little bit. The VIRX is just sort of stalling for me. Wow, okay, here we go. 1065, 1076 on the bid ask. Can that ask catch up to the bid? That's all I'm looking for. Yeah, I think what he's going to do is give you a suggestion, not necessarily using ATR though. Okay, it does not look like, famous last words, but it does not look like ACGN is going to close near the highs. Now that, out of nowhere, all it needs is volume to get right back up. All right, so Zach is suggesting that if this gets up to 8 ISNS, so let's just put an alert around 807. Let's see if it takes out 8 and starts to continue a run. All right, well, there it goes, guys. There's ISNS. It's over 8 now, or was. It briefly, there it is. It briefly just over 8 now, ISNS. The spread is gross. Right now it's 2 cents. I'm not saying it's been like that the whole time, but the spread is only 2 cents. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. The one that the spread is gross on is VIRX. It just if that ask can just catch up to the bid, I think that could start it down, but I might be asking for too much. When I got in, it was only 3 cents, 3 or 4 cents. I mean, still not ideal, but I thought, okay, maybe it's going to tighten up. But it's, I kept saying the volume. I mean, the volume, relative volume is good, but a lot of that volume is right here. So anyway. Wow. No, let's see. I mean, there's 735 is a 200-day moving average for VXRT. And the next low is 776. I keep wondering if it's ever going to bounce today. So as a refresher, I put a 15-minute delay on this on purpose. So there was the first alert for it, 9:45 at 9:56. That's on the gap down and go down. All right, guys. So this development meeting is going to start pretty soon. So I'm going to put myself on mute and see what they've got to say. All right, guys, I'm now back. And no, the answer to that DM is no. That's really not the problem with an alert window. Now, again, if you have an alert window that only has 3 or 4 alerts a day, yes, I guess it would be okay. But, typically alert windows are firing, not necessarily one after another, but the whole idea of a top list is that it's static for 30 seconds. Okay, so you've got the same three for 30 seconds. So that allows it time to cycle through without having a symbol change. So that's why it's really not relevant to have it for an alert window. If that makes sense. Briefly, there was that 9 briefly. Boy, what a move this has had today. The ISNS. I mean, would have thought maybe that move was over after Friday, but wow! I mean, look at this candle. Well, I mean, I would agree that something like this, which I don't get. If you have an alert window that does not give you very much alerts all day long, yeah, I do agree. I mean, to cycle through the top 3 here would be no big deal. If you have it on don't repeat, okay. The minute you have it on repeat, though, this would get a little. I think it would just get clumsy. So yeah, guys. So I got out of the VIRX. I had a scalp in it, but I wanted a lot more. So I took about a 3-cent loss on that VIRX. You're a funny man, Ija. Okay, what's your next one? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, repeat, Kibram, repeat is the standard. It's the don't repeat that is the option more. Okay, so this is, when you start up an alert window, the default is to have the symbols repeat every time, the alert happens. So if you have a new high, it's going to repeat every single time a new high happens. So that is the repeat. I mean, that's just the standard. It's the don't repeat, which is the option, where you do not want it to repeat over and over again. That is by, if you right click on the alert window and properties and then don't repeat. So again, that is usually unchecked, okay? And then if you check it, then you can pick your time frame. How often do you want the symbol to repeat? You have 1, 5, 15, 30 minutes, an hour, or for the day. So that's what I've chosen to do here. So this tells me the very, very first time we had the alert for OCGN, the time. Now that this is not exact. This is starting sort of fresh at 12:30. I mean, if I go back to really, there it is at 9:30, 14:36. Okay, does that make sense, Kibram, sorry. If not, I'll explain it again. Come on, IJ, it's way too extended. How can it possibly keep going higher? I think Real wants us to take a look at BRN. BRN as something to short, and it just got halted. Ah, that's why I didn't have my sound toggle off. That's why I was wondering why didn't I hear that one. Yeah, so it just got halted. Not a lot of shorts at IB, but there are 68,000. Okay, so you got that good. Okay. So this is typically what I do. Well, not for every single one, but I'm doing it more and more. Is I'll take my, the one where I want to see it over and over again, and then I just duplicate it. And then that's where I put the don't repeat. So I have them side by side. This is the alert window that nags at you. You know, hey, I'm making a new high. I'm making a new high. Hey, I'm making another one, another one, another one. Okay, this is the window that nags at you. Don't forget me. Howl. A little disappointed in Howl on Friday. I thought it would do a lot better. It got all the way up here. Looked like it was going to just rip. Just because of the name. There was no other reason. Well, it looks a lot better on the daily chart, I have to admit, Ija. Yeah, I think I have all my IPOs set for this month or this week. I think all the price alerts are set. Well, she's not short yet, though, right? She's not short yet. Or did she get short ahead of the halt? Oh, I see. Okay, so she'll put her. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this isn't. I mean, it's not an all-time high technically. ISNS. I mean, I guess there's a high back here, but you've got to go back to 2014. Who cares? 7 years ago. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is there's no resistance for ISNS. May the 6th, yes. May the 6th has earnings. Okay, so for the yes, CTHR. One reason why I wouldn't take it right, well, I could take it now, but I wouldn't hold it through earnings. All right, give me a moment, please. I will be back. Yeah, I wandered away. I wandered away from my computer, and all I heard was PRPO, PRPO, PRPO. And here it is. And here's another one. I mean, there is some resistance, fairly close, 424 right there. And then over here, this is back in 2020. I'm not saying it's resistance, but there's high of 5, and then before that, I mean, all the way up to 8. So I think, I mean, if it can take out 424, it gets rid of that right there. And I mean, it's already up 121%. What more do we want? But and a ton of volume, as you said. I mean, you can't even see the other volume bars here. I mean, because of the exponential nature of this. All right, I got to take umbrage with somebody here. I thought somebody said that VXRT was showing earnings for today. From Koifin. Somebody said they went to Koifin and they found the earnings was today. Where are you? It was Dreamer. Where are you, Dreamer? Because we're showing it. Come on. We're showing it right there from Koifin, May the 13th. And the same with the GTN. Somebody said, didn't you say also that it was they had it for today? The reason I'm bringing this up in the development meeting, of course, I'm always trying to get, us to find a data provider that's going to give us the most up-to-date information. And I mentioned that to them about Koifin, and now they're just pointing that out to me. However, they did find a provider, a data provider, and when I'm talking, like Koifin is not a data provider, as I'm sure you're aware of that. That shows VXRT as having earnings today and GTN as having earnings today as a data provider. So we are just really checking them to make sure that it's going to be good, and we'll probably make a change, a switch. Woo! Well, that was is Emily in this? I mean, that's a big pop. What did she get in at if she... Barnwell, and you know what? It's Amex. There's no news, Aja. Can't see any news. But it's Amex, okay. See, I'm learning. All right, guys, listen, we're going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. Just a couple of things I do want to go over. That test drive is fast approaching. Real's favorite time of the year. Oh, I know it says S drive, but it is the test drive. Give me a moment. Just like Christmas, New Year's, your birthday, and mine all wrapped up into one. Or rolled into one. Okay, guys, so there's the test drive link. Okay, so this is what you'll see when you click on it. We don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get for $8.99. You'll have up to 10 trading days with trade ideas using our premium service, okay? Up to 10. Why do I say up to 10 and not 10? Because it runs from the 10th, May the 10th, to the 21st. So that's next Monday. It starts on next Monday. But if you can't start on Monday, you know, if you can start on the 11th, then you're going to get 9 days, okay? So it's not 10 days from when you start. I like to hammer that home because we get a lot of complaints, but, you know, want to be upfront about it. That's what it is. If you sign up for it right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So you'll get no data, no live data until the 10th. However, you will have access to the program about, say you give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. And if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out for 2 weeks, you can do so. It will cost $8.99. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. You know, there'll be a nice promo code for you if you want to take out a prescription, a subscription. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? My homepage has a lot of information on it. Well, you don't have to see any news on BRN because it's an Amex stock. I'm kind of pulling Ija's legs, but he's been right. He's in our YouTube room, and he constantly tells me that, you know, don't look for news when it's an Amex stock. Well, BRN was halted. I mean, it's definitely well, I shouldn't say definitely, but it was a volatility halt. I mean, that's what our provider is telling us. I'm not sure, you know, and it was 5 minutes, so that typically is the volatility halt. So you click on my link. I just got to keep going on this, William. So you click on my link right there, my homepage. A lot of information. Save the link. You can take a look at all this later on rather than having to, you know, try to do it all right now or even during the day. I mean, why not just save the link? There's a way in which you can take out a subscription right there with a promo code for 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do right here. All the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout that you see. This is the layout that you see. And individual scans, though, you might have a layout. You might want to take a look at some of my individual scans and add them to your layout. And education section right here. Look at ISNS. Wow, right through that 9 now. 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're going to take the test drive, I really recommend that you do this. You can you can take a look at it right now. I mean, you don't have to be a subscriber. You can take a look at this right now, but certainly over the weekend, okay? So you're better prepared Monday morning for when the test drive does start. The daily support sessions in YouTube between 12 and 1. The daily webinars that we have Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos are here. I'm going through this all really quickly, guys. Just save the link. And again, back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great little video series, very quick videos, starting off with what is a stock. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. For the test drive, no, you don't need a coupon code, no. I mean, it's $8.99. And now BRN is not shortable anymore. So unfortunately, probably a lot of, well, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But a lot of people snapped up the shorts in this area right there. Not shortable anymore at Interactive Brokers. Goods. I feel like a cheers. Norm. Goods. Well, there's no resistance for it, so I don't know where this ISNS is going. There's no resistance whatsoever. And BRN just opened, and it opened and still has not really pulled back yet. Wow, not yet. Maybe a little one, right? Well, I guess that's fairly large. 437 down to 486, but is this going to hold? And I'm just looking to see if the shorts are covering it in Interactive Brokers. They're becoming available. Come on, Real. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Don't give me that question mark. You know what I'm waiting for. Oh, I see. Okay. For the BRN. Stupid IB. Stupid IB. That's what I was waiting for. Not having shorts available. How is Muds doing? I'm seeing the warrant is starting to move. Look at Muds, guys. What a tops. Mickey, are you talking personally? I'm in this at around 140. 100. This is just, this is not a typical type of this is just a what if, okay? Boy, this MUDS is interesting. I mean, if this takes out this high out here, up here, which is about 3 days ago, I don't know. This has been hanging tough. Yeah, this is this is just a complete crazy one that I'm doing. Okay, obviously I have not committed a huge amount to it. Okay, Mickey. So it's not a typical trade for me. Well, ISNS, again, no resistance other than, people finally taking some profit and things like that, but no resistance. The attributes of the BRN stock. Okay, so this is what I would do, okay? Because this could help you doing it yourself going forward, not just for BRN, okay? Because it's looking like a stocks like this, right? So what you're trying to do. So obviously they had the break here. It was doing nothing. Now it was doing absolutely nothing. Lots of consolidation. To catch this move, no problem, okay? Because it caught it right just with the volume increase, okay? But this is what I would do. I'm going to give you something that is going to show you how you can do it yourself, and it's called stocks. It's called Stock Like This template, and it's pretty cool. So we do have the stocks like this, okay, that you can go to. It's more web-based and all. I think this is way better, okay? So what you do is, and I'll give you this, but you can add as many different columns as you want. Because now, for instance, what I could do is this. I'm going to go to Configure, Symbol List, and a single symbol, okay? I want to put BRN in there. So what's going to happen, and then I want the alert to be a new high. Okay, so now if I do a history today, this is going to tell me, okay, and I can go back in time. This is going back in time, back in time, back in time. Let me just get, what time was this? So that's at 2:30, okay, so at 2:30. So before 2:30, so this is where it all happened, right there, right? I mean, look at the volume. You cannot know that this volume is going to explode like this right there. I mean, you wouldn't have a scan that's going to pick up 57, I don't think anyway, 57,000, okay? But, so that's what's going to make this difficult, because ahead of time, like, how are you going to see this? Now, but, here is what started to happen. Here are all the filters that I've got up here. But of course, you can use your own filters as columns and just see what the values were. This is a bit of a difficult one because, the volume did not pick up until finally, here. I mean, now you're getting extraordinary volume. So this would be a bit of a difficult one because the volume was so low all day. But, but going forward, this is what I would use. because you're not relegated to 5-minute intervals. I think this is a much cleaner display of everything. So you can start to, I mean, even the gap was not extraordinary at that point. I mean, 3.9%, it was not extraordinary. So in this particular case, it may have been, I mean, obviously what happened is you saw it on the Halse resumes, or you could have seen it on the Halse resumes. But up to that point, I mean, yeah, you can create a scan to see this, but you'd have to have the volume was very low, the gap wasn't that much. The float, yeah, but again, the float, where's the float? I mean, I can add the float here. I don't have it here, but I don't think I have it here. But again, even if you saw a very low float, so just because you see a very low float, how are you going to find it right here when the volume is so low? You know what I mean? I mean, it's just difficult. Even here, I mean, the volume did not really pick up. I mean, it didn't even break 100,000 until when it hit $2.60. But I'll give this to you. You can, and anybody else who wants to play around. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, sometimes you're just not going to be able to find it, when the volume is so low, and then out of nowhere, by the time you would see this, it's probably up here, here, here. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Yeah, but I would use what I gave you, Carlos. Okay, I would use what I gave you. Because the stocks like this, I mean, yeah, it'll show you, but I mean, again, what I'm trying to say though is the volume is so low that if you put together a scan with that low volume, you may get that one, but you may get 100 others that you don't like. Okay? You see what I'm saying? The stock like this setup to me is nowhere near as good as that top list window that I gave you, where you can really customize it and you can see like second by second what's happening as opposed to minute by minute, 5-minute intervals. But if you want to if you want to do the stock like this from YouTube, go ahead. All right, guys. Okay, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So thanks for all the help today. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great and copy everything. Just a minute. Just a minute, please. I'll just close it with this. The room will open tomorrow at Tuesday, 9 a.m. Eastern time, guys. Okay.